Amen.
Amen. All right, so I will call to order the workshop meeting for February 21st, 2023. Welcome, citizens of Clay County. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend today's school board workshop. This workshop is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly among ourselves and to make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and the education of our children here in Clay. There will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions at the end of the workshop presentation. Questions will be allowed, public comment will not be allowed. If you wish to ask a question, please fill out a comment card and hand that card to our deputy. Your participation is welcomed and appreciated. So the first item on our workshop agenda is to review the draft agenda for the March 2nd regular school board meeting. Mr. Superintendent?
Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody ate their Wheaties. Today, looking at the agenda, we actually have 6 different presentations to give today. And so I'm anticipating lengthy amount of time. I always want to set up reasonable expectations. Like if you thought this was going to end quickly, it's not. Okay, a lot of good work needs to be done, and so I'm looking forward to leading that work here today. So the very first item is the review of the agenda, and we have 2 presentations embedded within the agenda itself. So the first item is the minutes, and I trust there's no questions about the minutes from last month. The next item is the approval of the revised 9-month employee calendar. What this does is it moves our ISS assistants from 183 days to 188 days, which really, this was a relic of 2008, where we were looking at every cost-cutting measure, and those folks aren't on school campuses at the time that we need them. Next is a proclamation for the Clay County Agricultural Fair. We have a great working partnership with the Fair and the Fair Board. Fair Day this year is probably a very unique thing to Clay County for all other counties, is that we actually have a day off of school. We call it Fair Day, we promote it. The agriculture program, just as a former FFA member, near and dear to my heart, as a former teacher of agriculture right there. Okay, agriculture is a big part of our community, and as a result, this board has always supported the fair and the partnership that we have with the Fair Board. Next is a contract for ENA contract amendment to include Spring Park. This gives internet services to Spring Park Elementary. Once Spring Park opens up, that's what that contract is referring to. Next is the personnel consent agenda. As you know, we're attempting to revise every job description within the district, and so there's 5 job descriptions for ESE. Revisions are in there as part of that whole process. Next is our summer program manual. So we offer robust programs over the summer for students. Probably the easiest thing as a board member to know what we offer is on page 3 of the manual. It's the quick 2-page version. It's the shortened version of the big manual. And it talks about our voluntary pre-K, our rising K, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reading camps, our 6th grade and junior high, credit recovery, high school, Algebra 1 boot camp, ESOL, extended school year for ESE students. All of that is contained within this manual, as well as the locations of those events over the summertime. Next, we have K-12 academic services overnight travel. You can see it's the usual travel there. Next is approval to advertise and notice a public hearing to amend the school board procedures manual for library media services, as well as the procedure manual for instructional resources. So let me just say this, we do have a presentation related to this, and we also gave a draft of those changes that are in front of you right now relative to it. There is no doubt that in Florida, the issue of textbooks, instructional materials, is something that has made front and center news, and it's made front and center news in Clay County. Clay County has done a good job of dealing with this and providing parental choice relative to what materials go in front of their child. probably no one in the organization has spent more time on this particular issue than our Chief Academic Officer, Roger Daly. And he's sort of become in this weird book club lately. And so he has a presentation he wants to share with you, as well as answer any questions you have. So our intent is to advertise the policy, and then after that, it would be a public hearing at the April board meeting following the procedure. Go ahead, Mr. Daly, take it away.
Hey, good morning. So when I was a classroom teacher, sometimes the best delivery, not always, but sometimes the best delivery was a PowerPoint slide, and you could see the eye rolls from the kids, because like, okay, get ready, here it comes, and stuff. And if that happens, that's okay, it won't hurt my feelings, and you better pay attention, because there's going to be a quiz. I'm just kidding, I'm sorry. So when I got the clicker, I feel like I got the power.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this has been an interesting issue we're dealing with for a bit of time now. And what I found listening to community members, there's a lot of confusion. So I hope that this will illuminate some of the facts related to it so that we can think about this clearly. First of all, a little bit of background that Clay County District Schools has allowed book challenges for decades. This isn't anything new to the county. I think what's happened is that because of current events, it sheds some new light on it, and people maybe have, it's brought the issue front and center in a way that it hasn't been before. But the district has allowed parents and community members to voice concerns on books for years. And typically, like for example, when I was a principal, if a parent, and this did happen from time to time, had an issue with a particular book that their child was reading in class, or a passage, or a poem, or a film, or anything, they could bring that forward to the school-based administrative team, and that team would work collaboratively with the parent and the teacher to come up with some kind of alternative assignment if that was necessary. So we've always worked with community members on these types of issues. That's nothing new. So what I want to talk about are the laws that apply to this, because there's been some confusion around this, and so I'm gonna highlight 4 particular statutes. The first of which is Chapter 847. So this isn't new. This is the one that's most pertinent to what we're talking about, and so I'm going to be referencing this throughout the presentation. So you want to give particular attention to this bit. This became law in 2018, and what this deals with really is obscenity, pornography, things of that nature, things that can prevent harm to minors and that type of stuff. The law, when you bring it up, and I'm not going to read that stuff because it might make me blush a little bit, but the law itself is very, very specific on what is allowable and what is not. And they give all kinds of examples. This is allowed, but not that. That is allowed, but not this, and that type of thing. So if you were to research this and look it up, it gives a very straightforward guideline. And so very quickly, someone can take material and compare it to the statutory language and make a decision, does this violate the statute or not? So that's one that we've utilized and will continue to utilize. Here are some others that have come up, and I've put bullet points here. It's still quite a bit to digest. I put a second slide on it with that boiled it down even more on the next one. But these 3 have become conflated in the minds of many who have just gotten their news off social media or heard it from a friend at the supermarket or whatever. House Bill 7 deals with individual freedom. And if you look at that real quickly, it talks about avoiding discrimination in the workplace or public schools. Notice that this applies to classroom instruction and not to individual choice. And what the reason I bring that forward is these types of issues and the subject matter that's related to these deals with, so in other words, a teacher can't come forward and teach this type of thing as a standard in the classroom, nor can it be allowed in a curriculum, in a textbook. But that is not to say that it can't be contained in a library material where a person might, on their own, choose to take that down and read it. So there's a difference here. What's been happening, probably more than any other issue with the book challenges, is that people are under the impression that because it's not allowable in a classroom taught as a standard, then it's not allowable in a book, even a fiction book or something like that, and that's just not the case. So the law defines this for us as classroom, not allowable, media allowable, okay? On 1467, this is the selection of instructional materials, and essentially what this has done, we've always had procedures on how we interact with the community relative to onboarding of new curriculum. This requires state training for media specialists. The media specialists are trained in what is okay and how to cull their collection and all that type of thing. This also it requires extra transparency from elementary schools where they list the books that they have on their website. That law goes into effect for that on July 1st, and so we are piloting a couple of things right now. That's really another topic, but it gets conflated with the book challenge topic. But we will be in compliance by July 1st. We're trying to figure out the best way to do it so we don't overburden our media specialists and our teachers at the same time. But we can update you on that at another time. There's been great progress made there. And then on 1557, this is the parents' rights in education. And if you look at the last bullet there, this is talking about classroom instruction on sexual orientation of gender identity in K through 3. So sexualization, gender identity, those types of things from kindergarten through 3rd grade, inappropriate, not allowable in the classroom at all. And then when it comes down to library materials, that discussion as well is ongoing. And if you look at the current proposed legislation, of course it's not in its final form, there's some discussion to expand some of that type of stuff. So we're monitoring that to see what occurs. So there it is in a more digestible form for you to think about. So if you think about all of those things collectively, really the statutes talk about if a library book has obscenity in it as defined by the statute, or we get into this K through 3 sexualization stuff, that stuff has to come out, right? Everything else by law is allowable. Everything else by law is allowable. And so I want you to understand that as we go forward in terms of, Clay County District Schools following the law. Mr. Brodsky says all the time, there are no optional statutes for us to follow. So let's update you on the book challenges so far. First of all, it's important to know a couple of the terms. Weeded is the process through which a librarian and media specialist goes through their collection and may take items out for a variety of reasons. Susie, you want to real quick just talk about what are some of the reasons, this is Susie Gannon, who's our district media specialist, that a librarian might weed some materials?
Sure. So after reviewing their collection, if they notice that a book,
Thanks.
that a book is not being circulated, that means checked out within a certain number of years or whatever, then we'll go ahead and get rid of it. If the book is torn and tattered, we'll go ahead and get rid of it. If it's simply no longer relevant, like all those books out there on Pluto and stuff that have changed, it's giving misleading information, that's when we go ahead and what we say, weed our collection. And that's good because it kind of gets rid of all the things that our students and teachers don't use anymore and helps them find the materials that they do need. So it's a vital process of what we do in a library.
And how is that different from a book that's deselected?
Okay, so deselected means that the book is in the collection and doesn't meet any of those parameters, those things that I just talked about, but they're probably deselecting it based on content. Like, this doesn't meet the needs of my students, our teachers, or our community. And it could be for a variety of reasons as well. It's simply just not taught anymore in whatever school that you're at. Could be for content. It doesn't meet community standards when it comes to content.
Or just or low interest level based
sure.
on the demography of students
Yes.
that you have. So I've learned a lot about this. I didn't know these things when we began this venture. Susie and Dr. Johnson have been my partners on this as we've tried to sort of unpack all of these things. So these were things I was unaware of. Reviewed by committee, and we'll talk about this later, is when the district level committee that we've had for this past year comes together, made up of parents, volunteers, principals, and others, to decide whether or not a book will remain in the catalog. So have inappropriate books been discovered? I've been before you before and said yes, there have. If you had told me 2 years ago that there were inappropriate books in our collection. I always said, no, how could that be? I've been in education a long time, never seen anything like that. But in fact, there were. We discussed before how those things were onboarded. I will review that very quickly here. Media specialists buy their books in large volumes, so in big collections, and the publishers come forward and say, here, you get a discount if you'll buy all of these 50 books, let's say on high interest read for teen boys or something like that. So they'll have a categorical and they'll just onboard the thing, and it's from a trusted publisher, and you bring them on. And I've used the analogy a lot like a grocer, I would imagine, brings on food to the shelves. I don't think that the manager down at Publix probably knows what's in every can of beans or every bag of chips or every box of cereal, and they trust their vendors to bring forward appropriate products. And that had been the way that all school systems had done this for years, forever. And then, what was happening was, in some of these cases, it was kind of like a Trojan horse. Like the packaging would give glowing praise, a nice review. This is a great book, it's a great coming-of-age story, it's award-winning, it's won 15 awards, that type of thing, and then you would open it up and the things inside were inappropriate for school. And so we did discover some of those things, some of those were unearthed or brought forward to us by community members. And so through all of the books that have been challenged, the committees at the district level have chose to remove 2. I think that's important because you see here in 50 were deselected. We had 22 explicitly for the Chapter 847 obscenity. That was done by our media specialists. When the books were brought to their attention, it was sort of a holy smokes moment for them, right? Oh my gosh, how did that get here? That's not appropriate for my library. I'm going to take it down on my own. And then there were some that went to the committee. Many have been to the committee. I must say that the committees, as problematic as they are logistically to bring together, I want you to think about that for a minute, because you've got volunteers, parents, principals, professionals, people who are busy raising families and working jobs. And Mr. Brodsky mentioned sort of a weird book club. Here you're handed a book you would never otherwise read, asked to read it, digest it, coordinate schedules with other professionals, come together and have a conversation around that book and interpreting that through the law and appropriateness for children. It's a weighty process. It's a lengthy process to go through that. I would say that there have been some complaints about that process takes too long, but I would say that the discussion around whether or not to remove a book from a collection is a very serious topic and requires gravity, weight, thought, and reflection, as well as the time commitment, which is substantial. So throughout all of those conversations, all of the conversations, I might add, every single one of them have been professional, courteous, thoughtful, collegial. There hasn't been argument. And in fact, in almost every case, there's been unanimity on the decision. And when there hasn't been, there's been strong consensus. We haven't seen groups divided on a book. There hasn't been a tug of war because they've used the law and some common sense, because most of these people are parents themselves, to decide what should be in our collection and available to children, and does it violate the law, all those things. So 2 titles have been removed. There has been a little bit of, well, not really sure if that's, fantastic for the elementary school. Let's move that to secondary, and that type of thing. So there has been some discussion like that. And then the other books that have been removed have been due to poor circulation. But I've seen things on social media here in Clay County recently, stop the banning of books and all this type of thing. There's been 2 titles removed. 2 titles removed, other than ones done by the media specialists themselves. Mrs. Skipper.
I just want to, before we go forward, since we're on this right here, I just want to ask, can we say for every ear in this room that we have found inappropriate books and that the only ones that we are removing are based off of law?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That
so
is
that
correct.
everybody, there's no misinformation, there's no going to the community.
Yes, ma'am. Because
This is what is happening.
Because what happens on this is, people have different opinions, different lenses, different value systems, different mores, those types of things, through which they see these books as appropriate, inappropriate, and how you would raise your children, and I would raise my children, you would raise yours. We might overlap in some ways, and may separate, go in different directions and other things. And so by using the law, and which is what we've done from day one, because this is an emotional topic for some people, right? Very much so. And opinions vary from, I think everything should be allowed, to I think nothing should be allowed, and then everything in between. And so by following the law, it keeps it more objective and clear and dispassionate, which I think helps us, because once you open sort of Pandora's box, right, that's tricky. You can't put the lid back on. And when you come to the removal of materials in a free society where the First Amendment is first for a reason. It's not second or third, because those individuals, our founding fathers who wrote it, knew very well firsthand what it was like to be arrested or charged when they would write a critique of policies of the crown, right? So those guys knew front and center, let's put that up front. And so to see it through that lens, we've got to see it through the language of the law, I think. How did these books get brought into collection? I think I went through that already. This is a list for you guys to look later where the district reconsideration list is up there. It is not always updated in real time. Sometimes there is a lag, and I'm going to tell you why, and I'm not making an excuse, I'm just pointing out. There's me, Mrs. Gannon, and Dr. Johnson. We are already employed by the district working on vital tasks that have to be done, and this is a busy time for my office, and it's a crazy madhouse time for them onboarding materials for the next school year to make sure we have stuff. So we are working on it like on the side, kind of a la carte as much as we can. This was an unfunded requirement from the state. We didn't get additional personnel or money. And as much as I would love to work here 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, my wife has other ideas. So, at some point I've got to go home to my family each day. Mrs. Hanson?
I just wanted to add that I've had this discussion with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And it may take you a little while to get to the books, but the books are removed
Yes, ma'am.
while you're waiting for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
process.
Yes, ma'am. But I'm gonna talk about
Okay.
an update to that in just a second, because I think we can refine that process and
Okay.
make it better. We've learned a lot this year with this process. As we do, some of you have been on board a long time and understand that, a policy is only as good as how it was authored, and sometimes new events come to light which compel us to review our policy and amend it to make it work better, and I think that's what we're going to accomplish here.
Mr. Naylor,
Yes, ma'am.
when you say that there's sometimes a lag,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you say is the average amount of time?
Well, it depends on which side of the lag we're talking about, because there's the lag of, we've got books in the queue, which I'm going to show you in just a second, which are still waiting to be reviewed by our volunteers.
Specifically regarding the list, the updated list.
Well, right now, it's a matter of, there's an appeals process, there's contacting the schools, getting all that back, so a couple of days usually, yeah.
So when you're talking a lag time, it's not immediate, but
Yeah,
within a couple of days.
Yes, ma'am, we're working on it as fast as we can, and sometimes it's just a matter of, can we get out to the schools and ensure they're in there and put them back in testing. But I think the process that we're going to suggest today will improve all of those things.
Okay.
And that is our goal. To challenge by the numbers, if you look at this right here, so we have 42,000-ish students in our schools, so I would say, 30,000 families, something like that, when you count siblings. We've had 4 different authors of book challenges, so 4 different individuals have written challenges. Most of those were last summer, and when this first came to light. And then we have one individual in our community who is responsible for 92% of the challenges. Now, not all of those challenges were accepted because they were filled out incorrectly and procedurally. And I want to talk about that for just a second. I've said this before, but I can't say this enough. The challenge process has to be done correctly, because if not, we don't get enough information for us to work from, because I don't have time to go into, let's say a book has 300 pages and go through every single sentence on every page. The evidence that comes forward, the backup has to be there. And so, for this many challenges, that's a heck of a reader. I think I'm a voracious reader. I don't think I could read 453 books in 1 year. So tip of the hat on that. But so we have one individual in the Clay County community who has a sort of heightened sense of purpose around this particular issue, and that's resulted in the high number. If you disaggregate that and just look at the rest, there are 41, which puts us on the lower end for the state as opposed to being the leader in the state. And so I think that's important to draw your attention to that. Whoops, we went in the wrong way. We have 190,831 books in our libraries. There are right now pending review 177 in the queue. That's a lot, right? 177 to try to get to and read with the process that I outlined for you earlier. But if you look at that, 0.000, is that 9 10,000ths? Is any math? No, I'm a social studies. 9 10,000ths of 1%. And I bring that data point forward to show you that any concerns or cries about we don't have books for the kids simply is not true. We have 99.9% of books available and a robust collection of books. Our media specialists do a great job with those types of titles and making things available for our students. The main thing I really want to emphasize, and I want to move more in this way, is that parents have the control of this. We brought forward earlier an opportunity where parents could fill out this library book access form. There's a link to that there if you want to click on that later. 3 parents in our district have completed that form and turned that in to date. Parents can choose to be notified with daily emails. We actually, with the IT department, piloted this with my own son, who's an 8th grader. And when he checked out the book, I immediately got the email that said, hey, your son has checked out this book, blah, 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 blah. It came right to me. 3 forms have been filled out and turned in for that of our 42,000 students. And the rest of our community has chosen to take no action. I am going to suggest, and I don't know that this is a great idea, but I'm going to suggest we look at something like at the beginning of next school year, sending this out with everything else, and maybe perhaps asking parents right then, you've got to take a stand on this. So, and I imagine that data would shift a little bit on that. But I do this to say, if you're a parent and you want to trust us completely, great, we will do our best. And I think most parents will go that road. But if you have concerns, you can monitor what your child is checking out each and every day, and we have the technology available to keep you informed in real time so that no one's surreptitiously carrying something around in their backpack. You will know as a mom or dad what your child has. Yes, ma'am.
Where can the public access these forms? Like
On the district library media page.
yeah.
District
so
library.
And so if we click,
So if you click on family, I even think it's a link on family, like
Sometimes that-
library,
that
book
like
access form. Right, so I always refer to go back up to the family,
okay.
and then there's a bunch of links. Library media is down on the left-hand side towards the bottom, and I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe there's to the district library media page as well as a direct link to this book access form.
And we invite this, and I will tell you why. Our circulation, our checkouts for secondary students is abysmal. It's super low. No one's checking out books. I mean, almost no one, like statistically. The elementary schools are very busy. Secondary students do everything on their phone. And so maybe this jump starts a conversation between parents and their secondary students especially. I know because I still have 2 of mine in secondary school, and they were AR readers and all that stuff in elementary, and I never see them with the book anymore. That's not something they're studying for their test. It breaks my heart. I just, that's where we've gone, and we're readers in my house, and that's an issue that we struggle with. So I would love to have more parental input on that.
Does this include Destiny? So like whatever they're reading on that? So if they're not checking it all out, but they're going to the online.
If they're searching it, you mean?
Well, can't you read from there, Destiny? No? Or that's
No,
just where you look up
it's a database. Yeah. You're talking about ebooks?
Yes.
There are some ebooks on there, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So if they read those, does this
cover
notify them?
ebooks?
Does the access?
I don't know,
form
our ebook usage is so low that I haven't even delved into that.
We'll look
aspect
at
of
it.
But something I can look at.
We'll look at that
And
today.
if it's anything like the public library, when you check out an ebook, it's not available to other people. It's not just sitting there that you can just read it. So it's a checkout situation.
Well, that's what I want to know.
Yes.
Is the family, or is the mom, parents, whatever, informed when they go to read an
That's a
ebook?
good question. I'll find out.
I would assume
I will
they
say
have
our
to check it
ebook,
out. Like
circulation is
library.
like less than 1%.
Do we have audiobooks?
Some of our school libraries may
Yeah.
have some, but once again, most of those are being weeded because they're simply not being circulated at all.
Okay.
You know, it's
So
People
our
don't read.
audiobooks are something that's held in the library, they're not digital?
Right,
Okay.
unless the school has subscribed to something that I don't know about,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, the silver lining to all of this is that it's at least forced us to talk about books because I've been in this game a long, long time, and this isn't a new thing. Kids not reading. We had a little bump for about 5 or 6 years from Harry Potter,
Yep.
and that's been 20 years ago, though, right? I'm old enough to remember that. But since then, there's nothing that's there's not a line in the library to check out books. And so this is sort of fascinating. Maybe in the future we'll talk about what they have access to on their phone, right? Which seems to me a lot more pertinent. But since we're on this issue, we'll do it thoroughly and we'll do it right. So what are some barriers to this process? As I said before, it's unfunded, so really you've got the three of us trying to work on it part-time. We're doing the best that we can. But the things that we are doing on a day-to-day basis for the district, in my mind, are more pertinent and more vital to the success of the schools right now than this, simply because of the numbers of people involved in checking out books are so low. But it is important, we will get it right. The time I illustrated earlier in the personnel, we don't have any of those things. There's multiple perspectives, as I said. People view this every different way. No decision that we make will make everyone happy. That's simply impossible. So we're trying to give as much control to this to parents as we possibly can. And that's why I think it's important to stick to the statutory language. So going forward, the big question for me is, how do we unfreeze purchasing and allow the onboarding of new materials, which I think is important. But probably more than anyone, I've been wary of that, because how do we vet that much material? I don't imagine there's a librarian of any library in the world that knows every word on every page of their book. I just don't see that as being possible. So how do we do that? What we are starting to hear from publishers is they are scrambling to meet the needs of Florida, because they're getting hit in the pocketbook, because we're not the only district that has frozen purchases, right? And everybody has dialed back significantly if they haven't frozen them altogether. So there's dollar signs attached to this, and so they're incentivized to come forward with some more transparency relative to what they have in their books. But until that occurs, at least to my satisfaction, we have to have some other way to do it. So we're thinking about some ideas. Now, none of these are chiseled into stone yet. I'm just bringing these forward to show you some of the ideas that we're kicking around. One idea is to pilot a rolling quarterly window in the 43 schools, because now we've got Spring Park, will be divided into groups. And I say divided into groups because once this comes to the district, it's those two ladies right there that have to filter everything. Now, there's never been a district filtering mechanism for the onboarding of library media materials in the past. That was left to the autonomy of that individual at the school. But we feel like in most areas in the district, we do have some kind of district oversight. And considering the serious nature of this, given the law, we feel it's appropriate to do that at this time. But to make that a manageable number, we thought a quarterly, rolling quarterly window would help make that digestible and manageable for the instructional materials office. Given a limited number of title requests, I'm working with media specialists now to determine what a limited number would consist of, because I would imagine titles, like there are big novels, there's magazines, there's short books, like should we do it by page number? I don't know the answer to that. We got to figure out what is a manageable number. We are working on that. Schools giving guidelines for requests for approval. To me, in its most simplest sense, that's about the law. Does this meet the law or not? And then there's got to be some common sense of, is it age appropriate and erring on the side of caution, which is from the state training that came out in January. It said that was really the only thing new that came. We were waiting for this big reveal from the state that, hey, don't wait till January. And really the only thing we learned was that err on the side of caution, which we will. District approval process to add a final layer of protection, and that would be would be us. And at that point, I think if we utilize our curriculum counselors or something like that, we could figure out a way to allow it. I would imagine in the beginning, it will be a small number, and that folks will complain that the number is too small and not enough. But either it's that, and we can figure that out, or it's nothing, in my opinion. Because I think we can explain how these books got there in the past, but we have to be accountable and answerable for things that are coming forward now that we're aware of this. And that makes this a road that we have to hoe very carefully. And then, trying to put on pressure on publishers for that type of thing. So all of this is to say that, we've learned a lot this past year, and we've brought forward some ideas that you've been presented with that we feel like will improve this process. And so you have those copies there, and I'll draw your attention to a couple of the main things. Is the 3 bullet on the red down there, and that's a lot of words to say this. Is number 1, let's use the statutory language to filter, to create a mechanism so that we don't get bogged down with challenges that lack merit. Because such a large percentage of the books that are being challenged, we know are going to go right back on the shelf. 1, they don't violate a statute. 2, our committees of parents, principals, and other volunteers have repeatedly reviewed them and put them back on the shelves. So we have a data pattern to show that it doesn't matter who's brought into that room, because it's different people every time. They say this book is fine, it doesn't violate the law, this book is fine, it doesn't violate the law. We know which books violate the law when we see them because we have the statute to guide us. So the recommendation is that we have those submitted, they come to the district, we look at them to examine, do we think this violates the law or not? And I would put it to you like this, like if I were a principal and I were to walk into a classroom and I were to see something illegal going, let's say a weapon on the desk or something, I wouldn't have to put it to a committee for 3 months to take that weapon out. I would seize it right then because I know it's illegal. And so I think that if we use that as sort of a lens, if we see something we know it violates the statute, we immediately and permanently remove it. So no red tape, we get right to it, and we get that out of the way so that we are not liable as a district, and more importantly, this isn't in front of children, where parents can't make that determination. Number 2, if it clearly does not violate a statute, it's benign, then we return the challenge to sender, we make a copy, we document it, and we put and these books never come off the shelf. And then those that are sort of in the gray area, which are going to be a few, and a manageable number, so we don't have this queue of books pending, like we have the 177 books pending right now, that book would then go to committee. If it was like, well, it pushes the envelope, it's really racy, but we're not sure, let's have the parents and the principals and the media specialists decide that at that time through the review process. And I think that would prevent the lag. That would allow us to do this very, very expediently. And so we would use the law to filter this and guide this now that we know more how this is supposed to work. So that would be the first piece. Another important part of that is we've had some serious concerns from community members about the books being unavailable while they go through the lengthy review process. Now, we had to take them off because what if the book had something really bad in it? So erring on the side of caution, we took them off. But I also see the problem that if the majority of these books are being returned to the shelves and are benign or appropriate, then there's an issue if they're not accessible. So in this revision of the policy, what it would do is the books would come off if they go to district. Remember, that should be a few number now, right? Because the statute will say these books come off, these books stay. There's the remainder. But those books would come off, but they would be accessible through written parent request with a signature and a copy of the driver's license that could be submitted electronically. That would go to the district, so to Mrs. Gannon. And then that book could be released with the parent's consent and request to that student. So we put it back on the parents. If the parents feel like that book is appropriate and they want to access it until it's done being reviewed, the parent would have the option to make that decision if they so desired. So that would, in my mind, eliminate this idea that, hey, my child really wants to read this book and it's unavailable for an extended period of time. This would allow the parent to override that And there's some stipulations on there about they're not to share with other students and that type of thing. So those are some key points for that. That's the gist of the revision. It just would allow, we've had a year to sort of digest and ascertain, to calibrate, if you will, what is appropriate, what's not, what breaks the law and what doesn't. Now we know, and we've got some data to support it, and we feel like this speeds up the process and follows, we use the law to get it done, and we lubricate the machinery enough that good books aren't sitting on the shelf for a long, long period of time. So that's the gist of where we are and how we got here and where I think we should go. If you have any questions, I'm willing to try to answer them to the best of my ability. Yes, ma'am?
I just want to be clear so that we're all clear. When you submit a challenge, it doesn't go straight to the media specialist, it goes to you all first, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that it's not up to the individual media specialist to decide, it's up to you all to
Correct.
decide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
When we're talking about, the criteria is somewhat that you need to use a little bit of common sense about what is appropriate for a certain age. Like you said, something may not be appropriate for elementary, but it's okay for junior high. So I guess my question is, are we using the lowest age to determine what's age appropriate? Because what's appropriate for an 18-year-old
Correct.
would not be appropriate for a 15-year-old
Yes,
in
ma'am.
every case.
And another idea that I've spoken about with Mr. Brodsky and Mrs. Gannon and Dr. Johnson and I have talked about is utilizing for purchases going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're going to think, well, if you got an idea to vet books going forward, why don't you use it on the 190,834 copies you currently have? There's no one that has the ability to go back through all of those books. It's just not a possible thing. But we could use guidelines for elementary, junior high, and other districts have done this. We have copies of them. We like a lot of them. That way, when in this process I was sort of describing earlier where the schools would determine, okay, our quarterly window for purchasing is coming up, they would have to run through their principal and curriculum councils what they want to put on the limited titles that they can request. There would be a guideline of does it meet these criteria. So criteria for success in terms of onboarding for, the elementary is the toughest one. Right? One, because of the fragility of their age and their capacity to handle tough issues, but also because there's a big difference in kindergarten and sixth grade.
Correct.
Right? It's just it's just two different worlds. And I think it's a lot to ask media specialists who are named in the legislation as being responsible persons in this to try to walk that tightrope on their own. It would make me very nervous if, let's say, my wife was a media specialist and she was charged with that level of responsibility. So we feel like to protect our folks who do a great job and our team players that want to do a good job, we need to provide them with some better guidelines. So that, I think you'll see that coming forward in that to assist, if that helps.
So we have legislation about K-3 with sexual orientation and gender identity.
Yes, ma'am.
So to err on the side of caution, the books containing that material would not be allowed at an elementary school, correct?
Well, I think no. It would be, and again, erring on the side of caution, that would be.
Because you're not going to restrict a third grader's access to the library.
No,
Whatever books are in there.
Correct. I think if I were the principal in that case, I would say let's find something else.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
So many.
millions of books.
Right.
We can find
I think
something
the
else.
legislation will be expanded through 6
Yeah.
with this
Okay.
legislative
Yeah.
session anyway.
Yeah.
And that will make it easier for
Yes.
everybody because you can't, as you say, you can't really, well, it's for fourth grade's fine, but for the first graders not. They're both standing there in the library or sitting, at lunch or whatever on the bus. So I think that is an issue. Those are great questions. Others? I guess, yes, ma'am?
Just from an English teacher standpoint, and being a military wife, how do we, I'm not even sure how to ask this question. Schools have culture. Our schools are very, very diverse.
Yes, ma'am.
The librarians, I don't know if there was training or talk about this, but every school's needs are different in a library as well. So what might be okay at one school may not be okay at another school. and I don't just mean elementary and high school. So the librarians, I hope, are taking into account the community, the culture of where their school is, and making an attempt to put books, keep books.
I see what you're saying.
So one of the things that we talked about doing, if I could interrupt, was coming up with a list of acceptable books. The list would be expansive.
Yeah.
So that you can choose, if you were in the Oakley community, very different from the Middleburg community.
Yeah, I taught there,
topics
yeah.
That are interested by students. But the list would be extensive enough so that both communities would be served.
I don't see it as being an issue in any case, because that was something that came up early on as people conflated the bills. Remember, if you follow the law doesn't restrict things, let's say, this culture can't talk about this topic. Now, if that topic has obscenities in it, then that book could be challenged on the virtue of the obscenities contained in the book, but not on the content, the overall
Exactly.
topic of the book. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's why it's important to always go back and default to the law and to the statutory language.
And then librarians will continue to select the books that are great for their
Right, because I
library.
don't see anything in those laws that have bearing on this that say, well, we
For their
can't do things
students.
for culture X, but we can for culture Y. That doesn't exist. That's a misunderstanding of what this
Right.
was about. And there have been members of
Well,
our
that's why I'm
committee
talking
who've
about
called me
that.
about that issue. Follow the law, it's allowable unless it has the obscenities, period. That's.
And we would
I
never
didn't-
want to be in a
right.
position where we are limiting thought,
Correct, right.
where people have access to whatever thought they'd like to read about, you know?
Sure. Mrs. Baldwin?
Couple of things. First of all, on the website, I've been asked hundreds of times, where's this list? How do you get to this list? How do you get to the forms? Our website actually is very helpful. You go on, you type in the search area for library, media specialist, whatever you want to look at, it came right up. And I was like, there it is. And there's a whole list, as Ms. Gannon was saying, there's a whole list of what you need for this entire process. Kudos to you guys for setting it up that way. Kudos to the media specialists, because when you look at I've looked at this list of books many times, and it absolutely breaks my heart when I see some of the books that I used to read to my children in my 5th grade class on this list. And I seriously have no idea why it's on this list. And when I look at that list, they do indicate it's at this school or it's at this school. All of these books, particularly in the high schools, are truly not at every high school. And truly, I think that the media specialists have been picking up truly on their communities to say, you know, our students would enjoy this sort of book. Perhaps it's part of a series of books, which brings me to a question that the citizen brought up at our last meeting. And in his comments, he indicated that he was going to continue to weed through books that were also related to CRT and Common Core, which absolutely threw me for a loop, because I went back to the list of books and I started seeing African American authors. I started seeing, I've gone on Amazon so many times looking at these books that they are recommending books to me now in these same genres. And some of them I really don't want to read. Those first two that, I looked those up and I thought, oh great, now I'm on their list. But there were a couple of them that I thought, why is this book bad? And I'm thinking, there was one book that literally in the description of the book made some reference to meets the Common Core standards for blank. And I thought, well, we still teach. We still have standards. And guess what? Our standards, our best standards, are probably going to meet the Common Core standards also. So I'm frustrated with seeing and hearing, I guess, some of those comments.
So there,
If you would speak
you
to
have
that.
2 points there, and I can respond to both of them. Number one, you mentioned CRT or something like that. The confusion there with with those people who've challenged those books is they believe that House Bill 7 covers the library media materials rather than classroom instruction, and it does not. Right, so that book, it's a meritless challenge. And Mrs. Hanson was talking about restricting people's ideas and that type of thing. I will say personally that I've had to flip through, if not, I haven't read all of these books, but I've read several of them and I've flipped through a lot of them. And there are books in there that from me as a private citizen, I wouldn't read.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't read them. Or if I read them and I disagree with the stance, well, I was taught critical thinking in school and how to rebut. You know, I know how to do a rebuttal with evidence and, you know, make my argument, you know, pleasantly and collegially and that type of thing. And I can also agree to disagree with others because we live in a society with over 300 million people in our country. So I imagine, you know, it would be narcissistic of me to think that everyone shares my value system and came to where they are, you know, walking a different path than did I. So if we follow the law says that can be on the shelf. You don't have to read it. In fact, you can prevent your child from doing it. We showed you the mechanisms for doing that. So that would be a meritless challenge. And then on that other piece, you know, I think you talked about the critical race period, and then what was the other piece?
Common Core.
Common Core. So Common Core had, as the chief academic officer and someone who's a national board certified teacher, I will tell you that there were elements of Common Core that were fantastic. It got politicized, as things in public education often do, and there were some things in it that as a teacher I was skeptical about. But there was some really good stuff about critical thinking and evidence-based practice and stuff like that. But what we do in public education always and ever, in my many years in it, is we do major overcorrections. We never fine-tune things. Because we're a political punching bag, you know, nationally and locally, things just get, you know, throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, you know, because it got politicized and associated with a certain party or whatever, well, all of it's got to be bad. That just wasn't true. And so you're correct. There are elements in the best standards that reflect the same things in Common Core. And there are those things that were removed or other things added back in. I will say also, when it comes to book challenges, there's nowhere in the statute that says Common Core can be removed, right, from a book that you would choose to read of your own volition. So this is about personal choice and parent control. This isn't, none of this is about a captive audience in a classroom being taught something that's not part of the Florida standards. Any other questions about that?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need me to give this to them?
Oh, you can ask me a question. I'll get it for you since you took the time to write it.
Look, first I want to say that I appreciate all the work that the district is doing on behalf of trying to get books back in the library. It's my understanding, and the question is I think there's on the list, I've looked at it like Ms. Bola as well, and it makes me cry. I just looked at it yesterday, and it's, you know, Before She Was Harriet is on there. Amazing book. Those books, am I correct, are removed. When you say there's only been 2 books removed, the reality is those books, everyone on that list is removed from our bookshelves, correct?
Pending the outcome of the
Pending.
district, yes.
Correct. So is it 100, 200 and
We have 177 still in the queue.
still in the queue?
Yes, ma'am.
At 6 a month, your revision of the process is to speed this along, correct?
Correct.
Where do we see those 177, including great books like, you know, Stamp for Kids and Before She Was Harriet? When do we see those getting back on the
I
shelf?
would defer that to Mr. Bickner, only because my question, Mr. Bickner, is, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, so if you don't have an answer. If the policy is revised to say we're going to follow the statute and that those without merit would go back on the shelf, can those books that have been challenged previously that don't violate statute be returned to the shelves?
That's correct. If you look at what's been handed out, and if you look at the 5 or 6 pages, say the school library and media services establishment and maintenance. And if you look at page 5 of that, under where it says parentheses 3, that's what he was talking about when he said, whenever something is taken off of the shelf, if this passes the board, then we don't take things off of the shelf anymore. If it's library material, it will be taken off the shelf and placed behind the media center librarian checkout counter, whatever that is. And then with parents' permission, and it's in great detail what's required of the parent, they have to sign, they have to provide a copy of their Florida driver's license, their Florida ID. They have to say that they will protect other students and not disseminate it. They say that they will counsel their children on what's in those materials, but they can still check out the materials. The student can, but he has to have parent permission. So you're talking about and feeling sad about things that are taken off the shelves, and I agree with that. When I look at James Baldwin and Richard Wright and Maya Angelou and see that they're taken off the shelves, it breaks my heart. But under the new policy, if it's passed, it would be part of the manual that says books and media materials do not get removed, they get shifted. Instead of being sequestered and you can't touch them, they get placed behind the librarian desk, and they can be touched if you have parent permission. They can still be checked out. Because the biggest vacuum, and this all came out of, and I've spoken with the superintendent about it, and Mr. Daly, and Ms. Johnson, and Ms. Gannon, we sat down and looked at all of it. In Missouri, there's a case in the federal district court where they have attacked the process. Parents who are saying, I want my kids to have the ability to see these books. And they've attacked the process and filed a lawsuit. And I sent that lawsuit immediately when I found it. I sent it to Mr. Daly. I said, if this happens here, we'll lose. And that's why I've suggested this. That's why it meets what he has tried to, what the superintendent's tried to do by saying, this is parental choice. That's what these statutes all ask for, and that's what this gives, is parental choice. So in response to your question, and I hope I answered it, that's what we would do. And it would make sense, because then nothing's taken away from it. It's guarded. Where we can't get people to come back and fill out the form and say, this is what I want to do, it kind of puts it in their court anyway.
Well, in addition to that, Mr. Bickner, what I'm trying to clarify, I guess, is, so challenges have already come forward, so the books in the queue. If we know what those topics are.
If this passes, those should all go back behind
So
circulation.
well, could any of them go right back on the shelf and avert a committee if they don't violate the statute?
Of course it can.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
They
was
violate the statute, they're gone.
So then my question, so the question was, if you have that extra committee, district committee, what you're talking about, those three individuals, they would be able to look through the books and decide if it's not a violation of 847 statute, it would go immediately back on the shelf. Because there's no law that prohibits.
Well, it goes beyond just 847-012 or 001. It also says appropriate age limitations.
We have to
There are
make sure.
three things in that statute, and I can read them to you if you want me to, but that's another two considerations. So you could say, well, it doesn't have pornography in it or obscenity, but if it's in an elementary school, does it belong there or does it belong in a junior high school?
And those are the things I was alluding to earlier, that when it hits that sort of nebulous gray area, that gets punted to the committee, right? But those that are very obvious, you just take them.
Are we coming up?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out what Ms. Kimball is saying. Is there going to be, so I have looked at a lot of rubrics from other states, what things that, community or states consider being appropriate, maybe K through 3, but not appropriate 4 through 6, and you just kind of look at it, like when you're reading a book, you go on down and you say, oh, there's 15 F words in this book, right? And then you would follow your finger over, not good for here, not good for here, not good for here, but you know what? Could be considered okay in this age bracket. Do we have something that helps librarians make a decision?
That's what I was explaining a few minutes ago, is that that's something that we would look to onboard for future purchases. And the only way you could do it retroactively was if a book was brought forward and asked to consider. But I will tell you, if you go down that road, you're gonna need to hire a warehouse.
But when someone challenges something, do we have something like that to determine if it's age appropriate or?
That's part of the existing.
I've read a lot of the books that were taken off the shelf. Started last March, actually, before this became a big deal. And the books that I know that you took off should never have been there and violate the law. But there's this subjective area about age appropriate, That's the part that I have the hardest time with, is it's kind of like a gray area they left for us to decide.
And that's true, and I think that that's what the committee, but if you look at this, if you look at the standards that are set, if there is an evaluation, initial evaluation, and they find that it can be, well, yeah, I've looked at this and it has a lot of things in here that
The
aren't
initial
appropriate for
evaluation, yeah.
K through 3, but if you've got a 7 through 9, or if you're in a specific area, there's nothing, I mean, it's age appropriate.
So we
And
have to
they can
rely on
go ahead and
common
make that
sense.
shift if they
Yeah.
want to. It's already there.
And you talked about erring on the side of caution.
Yeah.
And a lot of
Like
people
Mr.
do.
Halsey said, if it's not appropriate for elementary, it shouldn't be an elementary period.
I think the new law will help clarify that. If it
Yeah.
passes,
And
I
I-
expect it to pass.
Places like Duval County have much more distinct dividing lines on those types of things than we do in Clay County. You have a bigger blend and a more homogeneous community here than you do in some counties. In some counties, things that offend you are the household lingo, and that's the reality of it.
Mrs. Kidwell, you had another question?
Yeah, so, it's my understanding that there have been some books through the lengthy process and they have been approved to go back on, but none of them have been put back on the shelf. When will that happen?
We're working on as quickly as we can. We have 3 people. I beg patience.
But they've already been through the process,
We're
right?
working on it, Mrs. Kidwell, as quickly as we can.
There's a re-challenge.
Only on 7.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, one, I would just say that was great conversation. You know, a lot of great thoughts, a lot of great comments, a great presentation. Appreciate that. The bottom line is, you know, when you institute a policy, the original policy I'm talking about, things happen after that. You gotta make adjustments. We've learned a lot over this time. We're gonna make the adjustments in order to progress forward in our district. As we pointed out, limited resources of people to deal with this issue. The key goal is, one, we wanna make sure that there's no statutory violations. We want to put the choice in the hands of parents, which we've done that, okay? Book challenges are nothing new. I remember my friend Flicka being challenged back in the day. And the Harry Potter's, you know, a 5-year Harry Potter stint. And this is not a new thing. What is new is that ideology has been pushed forward and it's become a thing, right? And so now we have to deal with it in today's world, and that's what this attempts to do. But if there's questions, further questions after this meeting, by all means, give me a call, give Mr. Daly a call. We'll be glad to answer any question. I don't think you can be more transparent and open about this topic than what you just heard. I challenge any school board anywhere to be more transparent than what you just heard. You can't. That is total transparency on the issue. Okay, so if there is a question, you know, please let us know. Well, that was refreshing. There's only 5 more presentations. Okay, you're down with 1, you only got 5 more to go, okay? So we're going back to the agenda, because that is on the agenda itself. Next, the next item is School Social Worker Week. There's a proclamation in there to celebrate our social workers who do an amazing job with students in very difficult circumstances. That's March 5th through 11th. Next is a proposed allocation change. You can see there it's deletion of a speech pathologist and adding of one, as well as putting the principal and the principal secretary for Spring Park, you know, on there to make sure that that's on there. We have the proper documentation of that position. Next is the monthly financial reports, followed by the budget amendments. And then the payroll calendars is the next item. That's pretty routine. There's nothing that has changed or remarkable about payroll calendars. Next is deletion of certain items. That's a standard monthly report. Next is the bid for gym and stage floor maintenance and refinishing. Countywide bid, and that's to Trident Surfacing and Impact Pro Sport Services. Next is the Lakeside Junior High restroom renovations in all 3 of their buildings. They are going to be so happy on that, because nothing like the very basic necessities of life that need to be met. Next is pre-qualification of contractors. Okay, that's a monthly item. Next is a change order for Spring Park Elementary. It's direct purchasing. So in direct purchasing, the district actually purchases the materials, and that of course saves on the taxes related to that, because we are a tax-free entity. Next, we have Montclair's electrical panel replacement. Now, I'm just kind of, give a shout out to our operations department. I've been around for a long time. The amount of work that's being done. Granted, is there a lot of work to be done? There's a lot of work to be done. But the amount that you're seeing month after month come to this board, should be recognized. Next is the fish certification. We're required by statute to do that each year. Next is the substantial final completion of the front entrance security enhancement. For auditing purposes, we have to bring that certification saying that the project is completely done. And so you'll see that at the end of projects. Next is the Middleburg High School single key initiative and the contract for that. We've completed 3 schools so far, Green Cove, Charles E. Bennett, and Bannerman. And you'll see on this agenda, Middleburg and Keystone. Next is the change order for the front entrance security enhancement at Orange Park. That's followed by the Keystone single key initiative. And that's followed by the restrooms at Orange Park Junior High. So all of that work being done by our operations team. And then last but not least, the Clay High School restroom renovation that you see there. Flipping over to discussion, you have one special action that you see there. And then the very last one is another presentation, which is the allocation package. So Miss Sonora, if you would go ahead and put up that. Okay.
Are we allowed to look at this now?
Yes, yes, we're allowed to look at that. Okay. So I'm going to Clay County District Schools, and I don't know if I've said this before the board, I've certainly said this before in public. Clay County District Schools is the largest employer within the county. In fact, if you took every other governmental agency, if you took all of the employees for the Board of County Commissioners, all the employees that work for animal control, parks and recreation, every government agency that's out there, you take the Orange Park, all of their governmental agencies, their police department, our sheriff's office, you added every single employee across the county, all of Clay County, it's not as large as Clay County District Schools. Okay? To have stability in what we do, it's a multi-month process to employ, evaluate, and rehire, as well as analyze the needs of the organization. So this is something that's been worked on for a long period of time to get to this point today. This just happens to be the month that it comes forward. The reason why it comes forward is important too, right? We allocate positions in March. We reappoint instructional positions in April. We also do reappointment of administrators as well as annual contract employees in June. There's a whole process that happens. The reason why this has to be done now also has to do with Spring Park Elementary. Once this gets approved by the board in March, we will post the positions for Spring Park Elementary School. They're posted first, okay? And then the rest of the positions get posted usually about April 15th, mid-April. They get posted. Then to hire all those people into all those positions and to have us ready to go in August, the process actually starts in March. The real process starts January 1st As soon as we come back, we are working actively on giving you what you're gonna see. The work that you're gonna see here is the result of, I don't know, 10 meetings, I don't know how many hours of meeting in which we wanna analyze the needs of each program, the number of people that are involved in those programs in order to ensure equity across the district. There's all kinds of considerations that go into this particular package. So if we could, do I have control of this, Bonnie?
I hope so.
All right, let's give it a shot.
You do.
Okay, great. The clicker's a new thing, I like it. Normally I'm like looking at you, signaling. This is awesome.
I like it too.
Okay, so what are the guiding principles for this 2 months of work to get us to this point? One is stability. You know, there's a timeline that we follow. We employ 5,000 people. You can't just at one time pull the rug out from people. There's people's lives, there's people's families involved in this particular process, and they want to know, do they have a job next year or not? You know, having stability of employees and helps to guide our programs, it helps us continue to have instructional momentum. So there's a lot that happens related to this. The second thing I'd point out is that it's fiscally conservative. You have to look at programs, make decisions about what the needs are for that particular program. At the end of the day, you have to be able to afford it, right? And so later on, I'm going to show you mental health resources at a later point, and kind of the analysis that we did of every school and what resources are available to students, how many referrals are at each school. Then we kind of pin it down to how many more mental health resources do we need for our students based on that analysis. In addition, it's even more complicated than that. You know that funding is done categorically in the state of Florida. There's funding that says you can only spend money on a certain point. So if money is available, let's say in mental health, just to stick on that topic, that would then prompt you to add allocations within that area based on the needs, as well as the fact that you have dedicated money towards that. So if money is dedicated by the state towards mental health, the expectation is, the requirement is you have to spend it on mental health. You don't get the option of spending it on something else, even if you wanted to. The governor's proposed budget is an additional $10 million on mental health. So if you're wondering, like, how do you come up with all of this, right? Because it's kind of, if you look at that booklet, it's kind of thick. There's a lot to it that gets us to that point. But overall, it's conservative. You have to be able to afford what it is you're buying. Provides flexibility. We do that in several ways. You'll notice that we keep 10 teachers at the district level allocations, so that when we start the school year, if there's an immediate need, while you try to project the exact number of students that are going to be out of school, in fact, we do it down at the elementary level to the individual teacher. We actually keep a spreadsheet of every teacher's name, every grade level, every grade band, every school. That's what we use to determine, are we in class size compliance, all of those issues to make that decision. Do you ever get it 100% right from day one? The answer is no. This is 5,000 employees, 40,000 students. But you have to have flexibility to make that adjustment. And we do that after what we call the 10-day count. For the first 10 days of school, we assess the number of students in each class, compare that towards the class size amendment, and then make the adjustments. But part of the package that you're going to see is the addition of 10 teachers that are waiting in reserve, so that we can deploy quickly if the need occurs. And so that quite often will happen. There's also the shifting of employees, but we try to make it so that there's very little shifting involved, because that's disruptive. Because when you take students and then you say we're moving elementary students from one teacher that they've had for a couple of days onto another teacher, even if the other teacher is quote, more skilled. I was going to say better, but that's probably not. Even if the other teacher is more skilled, the fact that you're moving the child becomes a big thing, okay? So we want flexibility when it comes to that particular issue. And then, of course, transparency. I always hear people talking about districts and district budgets and all of that. If you go to our website, there's transparency. All the financial reports are there. All the audit reports are there. We're audited every year. We're audited. We're not only audited on our budget of financials, but we're audited on FTE. We're also audited on operations, too. There's multiple audits every year. So I'll hear from people in the public say things like, we need to audit that district, like you're not spending money wisely. And they don't even need to audit. They can just go to the website and read the audit, because it's been done, okay? So those are the guiding principles for an allocation package. If you take a look up there, there's a variety of different data sources that we use in order to make these determinations, because inside of the envelope, you got a little book like this. Okay, inside the little book, if you're new to this, it has every school, every position, right? Every teacher, every custodian, every cafeteria worker, every administrator, every single one of those positions are in this book, right? So then the question becomes, how do you decide how many are in each school, right? That would be a good question. Bonnie, if you would click on staff allocation model, there's actually a formula that we use. This is, I can't see that far, Bonnie.
Is this based off of the county or the state?
This is our allocation model.
Okay.
Remember, we have to be in compliance with class size, the state amendment. But this tells you how many teachers to allocate based on the number of students at the school, right? So I'm trying to not go line by line, because you can see that's elementary, and then there's a different formula for junior high, there's a different formula for high school, and we use that formula as the basis to make that determination. Plus, I don't know if you know this, but we've been doing this for a long time, right? We kind of know when we roll students up from the previous grade level, we know how many students attend that school, and we can get it pretty darn close as to where we are. Do we move teachers at the beginning of the year? Yes, we do. Do we add teachers if need be? Yes, we do. Okay? Remember, flexibility is one of the core values to establishing the allocation package. I just wanted to kind of present to you how that's done, so that, particularly for our newer board members, so that they kind of realize this just isn't a guess. This is a team of people, many of the people you see sitting around the room, meeting about 10 times over the last 2 months to kind of come to this realization. So, Bonnie, if you can click on the timeline.
Mr. Brodsky,
Yes, ma'am.
I saw you had principal, vice principal, assistant principal. We had moved away from vice principal at one point in time, but we're doing.
That's on the allocation model, on the actual sheet. The ones that have been grandfathered out, we change it onto the actual school sheet.
Okay.
You're still on the model sheet.
Okay, but you're
Yeah, we're moving away from vice
moving away
principal.
from vice principal.
Right.
Whenever any one of them leave. So these are all the dates involved in the process, right? Not important that you see up there, other than, I guess what I'm trying to show you, it's kind of a complex process. There's a lot going on related to us getting to this point where we are, okay? Bonnie, did you find the mental health example? So here would be an example of an analysis, and we do this like when we allocate school psychologists, social workers. There's a program analysis. So this, what you're looking at, you can't see it, and that's really not the purpose, but just to kind of look at, okay, we look at every school. What mental health resources are available for, and I can't see that far, I see the Argyle is the first one, and you can see that we've analyzed all of those resources that are there in order to make the determination, I believe, on this particular allocation package. There's 2 additional mental health counselors. So you may say, well, how do you know to add 2 mental health counselors? There's an analysis that goes behind the scenes to say, this is what we need, as well as the number of referrals from each school. All of that is analyzed to come up with that, right? So I gave you kind of an in-depth look at it. Now the allocation package presentation itself, I would just say is very general in nature. It gives you the broad view of it, right? So I've kind of explained there's a timeline involved. I've kind of pointed out that the timeline has to be followed, right? We can't deviate from the timeline. People are employed that way. The opening of the new school counts on that, as well as the reappointment of all of our employees in April. So there's a whole timeline or a whole process involved. And the purpose of this presentation is to simply give you the broad overview, more or less from a fiscal standpoint, right? I've shown you the analysis based on need, educational need. I pointed out that it's fiscally conservative. We don't spend money that we don't have. Right? But the idea would be we're going to provide the services that students need at each and every school to the maximum extent possible. So that's kind of the point to it. So later on, you'll have time, you can look at each school, all of that kind of stuff, and if you have questions about any particular position, feel more than free to give me a call. I'll be glad to answer it. But most of it's pretty routine stuff. So when you look at the actual presentation, you can see this is the impact when it's talking about elementary schools. You can see what we basically did. We added 47 basic teachers. I'm not going to read the list. You have the whole list in front of you. There's an analysis, and this is the result of the analysis. You might say, well, why did you add one of those? Well, if the formula dictates that a school reaches a certain level, okay, that kind of triggers us to add that position. So for each one of these positions, there's a reason why that is. And I'm going to test you. Why do you think there's so many more elementary positions?
We have a new elementary
You have
school.
an elementary school. Of course, we're going to have additional positions, right? There's some overlap, but there's some that doesn't overlap when it comes to positions. When you open a new school, there's not only the cost of the building, there's additional cost of personnel that goes with that too, right? So give you the most easily understandable. There's no replacement principal. You're hiring a new principal. It's an additional employee that you have to pay for. So when you look at this, this would be what happened basically all elementary schools, and an overview of it. If you're curious about any individual elementary school, this book has them listed one by one. So actually the process, which is kind of fascinating, I don't think senior staff likes it, but I do. We sit around the table, and at the table is usually Dr. Sanders for ESE, and we have Mr. Daly, Ms. Troutman. We're all around the table. We go one by one, every school. Let's talk about Argyle Elementary. How many students did it have last year? How many students is it projected to have this year? How many teachers? What was the class size ratio? Are there any changes to ESE programs? We go through this rigorous analysis to say, okay, this is what's going to happen to start the year for Argyle Elementary School. I would point out to you that we make changes. The board sees changes every month. You have a change on this month also, right? And so the allocation package is not like this drop-dead document that doesn't change. It changes. It's fluid, okay? So don't panic. We used to have, well, now I'm not going to tell that story. Sometimes people favor certain schools or like certain schools, and they look only at that school to say, oh, I just want to see what my school's like, that kind of thing. Remember, we're serving an entire district of 40,000 students to arrive at this.
Mr. Rusky, I know in years past with the allocation packet, there's been conversation around ESE programs, and we'll have parents that are concerned about a program being moved from one school to another. Is there any movement?
So there's some movement of that. I think ESE has done a good job of contacting those parents and will continue to do that. Sometimes you have to move programs in order to create equity across the district and at schools. I think you're going to see that there's a good number of ESC allocations on this document. We see that as an area of need. We must service the needs of students. That's the reason why we exist. Okay. We also want to be fiscally responsible. So this board is taking great pride at their fund balance being at 5%. I know Doc also takes great pride, and Doc is known as the CF no of Clay County Schools. So the answer, she starts off with no, and then I said, well, you need to listen to the question first. And then she says, okay, I'll listen. And then it goes no again, and then we have to explain the need for students. Because at the end of the day, that's what truly matters, and so we have to get to the point where it goes down to the student level. So you're going to see, if you really analyze this, ESE probably has, I mean, I hate to say this, Doc, the other Doc, ESE has probably more of the positions than any other program out there because there's greater need for it. And so I make no apologies for that. We're going to provide what all students need, including our ESE students.
Question on that.
Yes.
Do the ESA teachers feel they have enough facilitators?
We've added some, you're going to see some additional facilitators. The reality is, for all of these positions, no matter what the position is, if you were to talk to folks that work within the district and you were to ask them, do we need more of them, right? We're adding 2 mental health professionals, we're adding 2 school psychologists, we're adding 2 social workers, okay? If you were to ask the social workers if 2's enough, the answer is no. If you were to ask the psychologist if 2's enough, the answer is no. It's the way life really works. So what we do is we analyze the need, we balance that against the fiscal responsibility that we have to adhere to in order to provide the best possible learning environment for all of our students across all programs and in all communities. That's why it takes 2 months to get to the point where we are and the presentation that I'm giving a roundabout general view of, and that you have every position listed in this book. So my answer would be no, but I would expect that. Okay, I need the answer to that question. Okay. So now you can see Spring Park Elementary. I think somebody had asked, well, hey, how many teachers does it take? Or how many teachers will Spring Park? Those are all the positions that are related to Spring Park Elementary School. So I don't think that it would be, and we have 4 other presentations today, I don't think it'd be beneficial to go line by line, but please, if you got a question, we can certainly address those concerns or questions that you have. But opening up a new school also costs additional positions.
I have one quick question.
Sure.
Back a couple of pages, you're adding 11 school safety officers?
Yes, we are. So one of the challenges that DOE has brought forward and Commissioner Diaz has brought forward particularly is the idea that we should have more school guardians.
Okay, so instead of, because we were originally planning to grandfather that sort of out
Right.
and go
In
towards
fact,
SROs.
some districts have gone to a scenario where they have multiple guardians at each and every school. So what we've done is we've done an analysis of our school campuses, and the plan is to place guardians in addition to the resource officer.
And these are plainclothes guardians?
Plainclothes guardians.
They will be transitioning to a uniform.
Okay.
That was part of the grant that the sheriff's office got for their training. Includes uniforms, not a typical police uniform. It'll be something that's modifiable that will identify them as such, because to be very frank, they all know who they are. So, and I noticed that when I was at an Oak Leaf game, when we had an incident where a potential gun was in the parking lot, even though I know who the guardian was, with his little banner, if he would have had to be the person drawing and defending, I think he would have been accidentally mistaken as a perpetrator. So we're going to transition to something a little bit better.
So there are some districts, and in fact, every superintendent conference that I go to, they show up to advocate for the guardian, position. They believe that having more than one armed person on campus helps if an event would occur. So in analyzing this particular situation, we looked at campuses that have a large number of students, campuses that are more remote in nature, right? Because it would take a longer period of time for help to get there, theoretically, if there was something that were to occur. So there's great, even with those positions, there's great care as to analyzing the need for them, and so that's why those are in there. In fact, there's one district that will remain nameless. They actually had their employees be guardians and had 5 individuals that work at the school armed.
So that, I guess that's kind of my question. What are their duties and responsibilities during the school day? Because
So
I'm
during the
thinking.
day, they do security checks, perimeter checks
Mhm.
around the building.
Mhm.
So they're another visible presence, because they'll be uniformed now this year, in order to help. Now, if an event were to occur, some of the concerns related to having one person is if that one person is doing other things around the campus, and you try to not do that. But they have to assist when it comes to certain things. Usually traffic would be one thing that occasionally they're assisting with that. And that kind of leaves you vulnerable because you know where that individual is, right, if they're out doing those kinds of things. So we're always interested in improving safety and security. That is our top priority, our most sacred promise to parents. And so you have to continue to improve that. And I'm also openly looking at other programs and other ways that we can continue to put security and safety of our students first, and whether that's enhanced camera systems. There are several programs related to that, as well as additional panic buttons for individuals on campus to make it more accessible if help were needed. So we're always looking at that. Now, we've hardened we've had single points of entry for all 42, now 43 schools for that. But all of that is constant. Camera system renewal, all of that kind of stuff is constant all the time.
So will we see a change in the job description for the school guardians, or will that remain in its original form? Okay.
It will remain the same.
Can I just ask, because I'm new, but when you add 11 guardians, does that come out of the budget from the governor's budget for safety? Or where does the money come from?
The mill,
That would come out in
for
one
safety
mill.
and security.
For safety and security money, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're up to junior high. You can kind of see the junior high impact there. Same thing as elementary, but the junior high version.
I do have one question.
Sure.
real quick, sorry. So does that other district save on money when they utilize their employees as guardians? Because I know it's not just like random
You
people, they
would,
actually have
but-
to go through the program.
Right, you have to go through the program, but the danger would be, right, that a law enforcement officer or a guardian is trained in that, and our guardians are usually retired, either retired police, military, folks who should have that. I think I would be cautious to have individual employees armed on campus because they're not used to the role and responsibilities that they would have to ensure the safety of their firearm from others, including the people that come onto campus, right? So
Well, I'm just saying, because we have like retired military, and we have retired people who actually teach that have not in their previous life. So I was just curious as to
we would love, we'll give an application. We'd love to hire them.
if we have. Well, I'm just, some teachers are already
Yeah,
teaching, that's what I'm saying, they're
Yeah.
already teaching, and their background is
We-
military, and it doesn't matter what you do in the military, you still have to go through
Yeah,
firearms training.
But the other perspective of that also, though, if I'm a teacher, retired military, and I'm teaching, and I want to be a guardian as well, if something were to occur on the campus, I would be leaving my students. And that's not cool. That's, I mean, it's all, that's,
It would make more sense for it to be like a front office person
sure,
or a
custodian.
custodian
Yeah.
or a, yeah.
And in
and
fact,
in
one of
that
our head
instance, you could look
custodians
at it
became a guardian.
as
Yeah.
potentially being a supplement to their salary rather than having a whole other position that you're funding.
That's what I was
Cafeteria
thinking,
employees?
not like necessarily random people just being armed.
Right. So we went through junior high and high school, and this is the alternative school that you see up there, the financial impact there. So the overall financial impact you can see as a result from the school, and so you can see how this would impact each one of those three budget areas, the general fund for millage, as well as the federal funds. And see the total school impact, about 4.1 million. Then there's the district office stuff. You heard Mr. Daly kind of wax poetic about the fact that there's him and two other people with all of the book stuff. So there are some changes that I would announce to the board. One, you can see each department, and you can see each and every department in this book, by the way. Every position is in this book. But some changes that I would kind of note along the way, you can see that we used to be that the superintendent's office had the coordinator of communication. Terry Dennis's position was under me. Okay, I think it's more appropriate to have a communications department and not have that individual under the superintendent's office. So you can see her position will be moved down into their own department, her and the graphic designer. But we want to add a parent and community engagement specialist. You know that we're going to be talking about strategic plan, and one of the goals of the strategic plan is to engage parents and community members, and that's what that position would in fact do.
Mr. Grosky?
Yes.
Do we currently have somebody filling in the position of graphic design?
Yes.
We do, okay.
Trudy.
Trudy is amazing.
Yes.
There's only one Trudy.
Yeah.
So to give you an idea, oh gosh, where's Terry? The Board of County Commissioners, how many people are in their communications department?
6.
6.
We have school districts smaller than us that have 3 to 4.
Okay, so you're talking about like needs analysis and all of that. It becomes apparent. And what you would see, and I realize that people say stuff, there's all kinds of street committees and Facebook groups and people that are experts in the field, in every field, right? They'll always talk about the school system. Oh my goodness. No group of people work on the cheap more than the school district. Whether it's Mr. Daly's department, you know, I just look at every one of these leaders and I think they're all working on a shoestring. You have the Board of County Commissioners, which, you know, bless them, they can do what they want to do. They have 6, and we're going from 1 to 2. To put it in perspective, right? So it's kind of like how it's always been. You know, I've been at this for 34 years, and it's always been that way because we always want to be fiscally responsible. We always want to maintain a fund balance for an emergency to occur. And as a result, then you have to establish priorities. You saw me establishing the priority at the school level. Because of that, we still have to fulfill district needs too at the same time. You can't just ignore it totally.
I just have a question.
Sure.
/ curriculum specialist?
So openly and transparently, we wanted to have an educator have that position. So it's a specialist position, not an administrative position.
Do you have an idea, because I feel like that would be very important who you put there.
Well, we have to post a job and we have to interview, just like every
That's what I
other
was
position,
curious
and there's a
about.
whole process involved. You see no changes. You can see very minimal changes there. When you get to the climate and culture, you can see the psychologists, the social workers, the mental health clinicians. I try to, and I think I said it before, you have to also kind of mirror that against the categorical funding for those positions. The governor's budget proposes an additional $10 million for mental health. So it would stand to reason that adding more mental health for students would be a logical thing to do. I showed you the chart related to the assessment of needs. For that, that's how those decisions are made.
So should the governor's budget be amended, will we revisit that with this
We
position?
could. There's actually multiple ways by which we ensure that the finances work out at the end. You know, sometimes when positions are allocated, we'll go ahead and we'll freeze those positions while we're waiting for the budget to go through. That's a process that we use. In addition, we don't reappoint certain positions until June. And the purpose for that is so that if there were some budgetary needs that needed to be addressed, we have the flexibility within our processes in order to meet that need. Okay, so now we're on to ESE. I told you before that ESE probably got the lion's share of needs, and you can see the needs that are there relative to that. It's important to note that the positions are ones that might be under ESE, but actually work to support schools, right? So that's kind of a misnomer, okay? So I obviously was a teacher for 10 years, an AP principal, before, a couple times over, before coming down to the district office. You know, these are folks that might say district office, but actually work in schools. They just happen to be housed. So you would think district office. So Bonnie O'Nora works for the district office, right? Definitely works at the district office. Some of the people you see in this room work for the district office. That next layer of people, they're all out in schools. They work in schools. They don't work in the district office. In fact, I have a graph at the end of this that kind of shows you or illustrates that to you. But I always hear that. People say, oh, the district office, like it's, first of all, like it's the Taj Mahal. Right? It's like, oh, geez, before it was painted, it used to be it used to be a white building. How many people remember when it was white? And people go, oh, you worked in the White House. Like it was this luxurious condo over there where the bathrooms don't work and, you know, all this stuff. I'm like, I came from Oakland High School where everything was brand new, down to the county office. I went from the penthouse to the poorhouse real quick. The money that we spend it on our schools and where our kids are, and that's why you see that. So anybody that says this thing about the district, oh, so many district office people, too many district office people. Remember, district office people are actually in schools, except for the few that you see around this table now that are supporting the higher level of work that happen. And if you've been to our facility, by all means, stop by and inspect it. It's not glamorous where we're at. Money is being spent appropriately.
I'm sorry, I'm not authorizing a new building.
Well, you would see it on the EFP.
Maybe we'll renovate your bathroom.
So, yeah, I always, you know, I will tell you, I sometimes get a little bit hot under the collar at the notion. Because it's like, hey, we're stringing together 2 people to review books. We're gonna add 2 people where others have 6. And we're like,
5, instead of correction 5.
okay, 5, correction 5, okay? So that's kind of like a little bit food for thought. Okay, so you can see the others, the K-12 slot, you can see the supervisor of school improvement. Yes, ma'am.
When you're deleting and adding, like if you delete one academic support services and then you add a chief, is that more money?
Yes, it would be, if the increased role.
So are any of these like a decrease in money, like you're deleting a position and adding
Yeah, there's
something less
several.
expensive?
Yeah, there's several deletions on here. that you
Your
can
nurse
see.
being one of them.
Yeah, anything that says deletion is a deletion. So there are
But you
adds,
add, if
and there are
you're, is this
deletions.
the same person
That-
when you delete and add?
Which one are you talking about?
The chief?
That would be the same person, yeah. You'd be deleting a director and adding a chief in that particular
And the
scenario.
chief has a bigger impact on the budget.
Would have a
then-
bigger impact on the budget by a small amount, but the increased workload necessitates it. Remember, everything's based on need. not on one.
Well, I know that. There's just a lot going on here. I was just trying to figure out.
Well, that's why we're giving it to you in one big
Well,
book.
we don't talk a lot about money. That's the thing. It's hard for me to understand sometimes when you're just talking about positions. As a teacher, you see positions go up and positions go down. I just don't know the impact of financially when you add allocations,
Right.
take them away, change them, how much more, how much less.
Right. We give you the total amount here, and we can certainly discuss any individual position and the amount of the impact.
It's just hard for me. I'm supposed to make, vote on budgets and things, and I don't really
Right,
understand.
I think that's the reason why at the beginning, you heard about 20 minutes about the needs analysis, about the fiscal conservative nature. You heard about how we then mirror our income, what we receive from the state, the governor's budget. Then you also heard about the flexibility involved. You heard about the precautions that are there in case there is an issue. We have two mechanisms by which we make that correction. So that was the purpose of all of that. To get to this point, though, if there's a specific position, we'd be more than glad to discuss it with you or
Mr.
anything
Bresky,
else you're
I think she
concerned
just wants a
about.
breakdown.
You know how on our monthly
There's just
agenda,
what's in
we
the
get
yeah.
the
Yeah.
addition,
Yeah.
deletion, and here's the financial impact? Could we get just like an Excel spreadsheet that shows
Yeah.
that with these positions?
For every position?
Just for all, yeah, that way we're not targeting any one position, but we're looking at them as a whole.
Yeah, we can do something
The
like
total
that.
financial impact is helpful, but to look at it line by line, I think would be helpful
The
too.
Sure.
large spreadsheet that you have there
This one?
actually gives you the analysis based on each school.
Oh,
And
what
I
you
have
have?
another document that I can add to that will give you the details of the, and for the district side.
Okay, I think the district side is what you're asking
Yeah, I can do
specifically
that.
about.
I
Yeah.
can get that.
Right.
And it does say financial savings or cost for 23, 24.
Right, and I
in the movie
apologize
area
for the small.
And the instructional.
So-
Where is that at?
I don't think we all have that.
It's in your spiral,
It's
and
towards
it's,
the back.
Oh, I
it's
see.
towards the back, and there's
Yeah,
an
and then
extra sheet
there's
of
a-
paper, and
Should
there's
be an insert in
this.
there too, yeah.
And then there's a loose page.
There's a loose
that
page at
makes
the
a
back.
larger copy, so you can see exactly. you should
Yes,
have- it
this,
was
so this
loose.
breaks it down by school, but there's not a line for the district office. So if we could just get the same thing, but for the district positions, I think that would be.
You had one.
Yeah, there might be, wait a second, it might
No,
be
no, no,
in
she
here.
had a- All right.
It was in the books.
Is it the district one? No.
Yeah, that, no,
That's
that's
a
not the
bigger one.
district, that is the small version of it, and I
Right.
gave you a big page so that it
This is
makes
it.
it more
She has
manageable
one.
to see.
Do you have one?
I have one.
They have one. I just don't have one.
We can
Unless
get-
I-
we can get
I'll
you
get
one.
you one,
Did you
and
have one?
actually.
It's in the,
No, I know, we just gotta write for the meeting. I
So,
don't have time to go through it.
Message
So-
Nancy.
so back to this, you can look at, if you look at the slide now that says Title I and SEDNet, like you have to also remember there's funding sources. Title I is whole different programs. So you're saying, hey, adding 28 Title I teachers, well, that's all paid through Title I money for that particular program. And SEDNet is a pass-through program. The money's given to us and then distributed back out again.
Here's an extra copy. Sorry.
So then you can kind of see within operations, you can see the deletion of the capital program accountant and add it to facilities. You can see the safety officers. You can see the electronic technician, the heavy equipment operator, the pest control operator deletion, the locksmith adding. Those are all needs.
So the two school
Is
safety
it two
officers
more?
here are included in the 11 total.
Was it the 11
Go
total?
back
And I think the
one,
two of them will be working additional time during the summer, and that's what they are.
And that's what these two
Yeah,
are?
I think they're already employed at a school,
Okay.
but they are being used during 12 months of summertime for training purposes. Oops, reach back.
And with the school safety officers, the guardians, are they under the resource officers? Is that their supervisor? Who's their supervisor, I guess is my question.
The chief.
Chief.
The chief of police, okay.
when, are we going, we have an outside pest control service now, right?
Right.
Cool, got it.
Right. It's hard to
Okay.
get somebody
No, I
with all
remember
those
that, and I just-
certifications.
Yes.
I mean, you can't just go on the deep end
You just can't get a spray can and go out there
of it. Wear
around
a
kids.
backpack. Spray it.
And then information services. Let me just say this, is there any other department that we've become more reliant on, more than information services with technology? I mean, we're opening a new school, that means you're gonna have to add an additional tech in order to deal with the needs of the new school. Human resources, a deletion there. And so you see the whole total overall impact. So once again, I would quickly point out, when you look at staff allocation, and you're looking at district, and you're saying, oh, those district allocations, right? Because I even, sensed a little bit of like district allocations, despite me kind of pointing out the needs and the analysis that occurred. You can see there the analysis that 89% of those positions are all going to schools, right? And 11% then would be true district office positions where they're not as engaged in the school level as others, right? So for me, the things I wanted to kind of point out about it, and of course I know that a half an hour with like all of this stuff, I've spent months doing this. You've gotten a half an hour, and so now you're like, hey, I got questions. I get it, right? So I just try to point out the process by which decisions are made, the timeline by which decisions are made, and in fact, the guiding principles, such as being fiscally conservative, making sure that we meet the needs of students, and making sure that we stay within our budgetary needs, right? The responsibility of the superintendent of the statute is to provide this for you, okay? So that's the purpose of this. So I would say this, if there's additional questions, as you digest it, by all means, give me a call. I'd be glad to discuss any one of these positions.
Anyway, we could get this a couple of days ahead so I could read it, so that I understand better.
No worries, and that's the whole purpose of the budget workshop.
I mean, I haven't even opened up my packet, so.
At least 9 days prior to the meeting for any of those discussions that need to occur, okay? I can only reassure you that I've been doing this 34 years. Great care is given in what we presented to you, and I'd be happy to justify any one of those positions. So next on our hit parade is another presentation. How many people say yay? Yay. Say yay. Everybody say yay. A new presentation. This time we kind of mixed it up too. We went Roger, we went me. Now we're going to go to transportation. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Crawford.
Good morning.
Oh, here.
Good morning, board members, Mr. Broski, and other district leaders. I think Ms. Ellis is passing out just a quick brochure, kind of what we're going to talk about today. Appreciate you guys having me and being able to kind of discuss what's going on with transportation as far as updates go. Bring it to work here.
I have to go down to make it go forward. It makes no sense.
All right, so when we talk about our leadership, we've had a lot of change. We're operating at about a 90% new capacity, so new folks all over the place as far as leadership goes. So wanted to briefly just go down that to see who we are, what we're doing, and who we got at transportation. So myself, Randall Crawford, Director of Transportation. We have our two supervisors, Mr. Brown, who is over, and we've reallocated these somewhat to get them to where it makes sense for transportation and it makes sense for just the district in a whole. So Mr. Brown is our supervisor of HR. He also supervises our area managers. Mr. Wyan supervises dispatch and routing, which is kind of an undertaking, keeps all of our buses rolling where they're supposed to be at and keeps our dispatch team rolling. We have our coordinator of transportation, who's Miss Ann Taylor. Our coordinator of routing, which is Miss Ina Zeno. And then our area managers. So we'll kind of go down those. Each one of those are allocated to a high school and the feeder schools that kind of pattern down. And I'll go over a little bit more in detail as to their roles and what they do for the district and our schools. Going into the next, I want to just give you guys an update of where we're at, what we've done so far with transportation just in the year of 22-23. We have hired 49 new drivers since July of 2022, which is a huge undertaking for our department. We've hired 23 bus monitors. We currently have 5 drivers that are in training and 3 monitors that are in training. Now what that means as far as training goes, they're out in the field, they're behind the wheel, they're with our trainers, they're working to get their CDL license. So with that generally means too, normally when they obtain their permit, they have about a 2-week gap before they are able to test. So in that 2 weeks, they go with our trainers, they're out looking at different routes, they're getting familiar with the bus, getting familiar with students and all that detail. So there's 5 of those currently that are in training. We have 8 drivers who are in the HR process, which means they're going through fingerprints, drug tests, orientation, all of that good stuff. This week alone too, before I left out this morning, I think we're about 6 interviews this week too, so those folks will be adding into that mix of the HR queue.
So do they start at the HR and then move to the training and stuff?
Absolutely, so they start in the HR process, then work their way up into the training portion.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So some transportation facts, just some things that we've got going on. We have 101 regular ed routes. We have 48 ESE routes, and I'm going to slide in there real fast. We should, operate at about 180 so routes district-wide. So when we started out this year, obviously we had COVID and everything kind of amidst of that. We had to combine routes and get them to make sense. So we had bus routes that were at 40 to 50% capacity. We bumped them up to that 60, 70% students that are on that bus. So now we've got them operating to that, and we've been able to pull those back, which brings us into our next topic. We have one functioning double back route, and currently that one makes complete sense. It's not late, it's on time, it's one street. It's actually Lake Asbury Elementary. So they go down to one subdivision, pick up, swing back in, drop those kiddos off, come back to the next subdivision down the road, drop off, bring them back in. They're not late, they're on time. So we still have that one functioning as a double back. I want to point out too, we started off the year at 24 double back routes. So we're down to 1. Our team has really been pushing it to get those reduced and to get our routes to where there's no delays or anything to that extent for our schools. The next one, our ESE routes. We're working extremely hard to reduce the numbers that are on these buses. Just in this year alone, we've increased our routes with about 54 ESE students. This equates to be about 5 to 6 ESE buses. So when we're looking at those numbers, and they're growing every single day, Dr. Sanders can relate to that. We keep adding them left and right every time she sends me one. I twitch a little bit. So I'm thinking, well, we gotta stick with that. So we have about 5 to 6 buses that have been added just this year alone to accommodate all these kiddos. The next one is just a fun fact that we kind of put in for transportation. We say this a lot. Each year we travel approximately 3.2 million miles. And that's equivalent to going around the world 128.5 times. These buses are rolling, they're moving. We cover a lot of distance on the day-to-day basis.
That's 100 miles.
And the next one, kind of just want to give you a spill on our hiring process. We have utilized Indeed.com. Our team put in some long hours sending out weekly cold messages to folks. Basically what we do is we get a list of folks that have their CDL license already, and we target those folks. We send them cold messages. They probably are like, who are these folks at transportation that keeps emailing us and asking us these questions? But we target those folks to get them in. This next rotation alone, we have 4 folks that are coming in with their CDL license, which means we don't have to train them. They jump in behind the wheel, they get their 8 hours, we get basically them used to the routes that they're going to take on, and they're out on the road. So Indeed.com has been just a huge asset to our team. We jump into just about any job fair that we can be a part of. We also use social media platforms, and we put those the signage and the banners out there too as well to get the word out that we're hiring, we're bringing folks on. Our next one, we've had a lot of folks that have asked the question on communication, and that is one of the things when I stepped in, it was one of the things that I wanted to increase substantially. One of the things we started was a dispatch call log. So when these calls come in, we're throwing them on this log to get them to our area managers, to our dispatchers, to our supervisors, to myself. So basically what happens is the dispatch team, they're gonna log the call. They're gonna log who it's from, who it needs to go to. So at the end of the day, we can have our admin support assistants look at this log and say, did all of these folks get the attention they need? Did the question get answered? Does the student need to be routed? Where does it need to go? So this log has been a huge, huge growth for us. We're all on it on a day-to-day basis. And it takes a tribe. As you can see, the dispatchers, we have one AM dispatcher, one admin support assistant that's with that dispatcher. We have a PM dispatcher and a PM admin support too as well. And those folks are pushing these buses out, getting where they need to go at. They're answering all those parent phone calls that are flowing through. And like I said, getting those calls logged and getting them answered and pushed out.
Quick question on that one.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying with the log, if you have a continuing problem in a certain area, you're gonna see that bus every day for multiple weeks, that there's an issue.
Correct. So we're able to identify that. Another one too, when we get to the next screen, I'll kind of show you one way on a day-to-day basis that we can see those issues that you're talking about. Our Synovia GPS student ridership. So this is what we use to track our buses. It's a fleet management software. And basically we're able to track and trace detailed bus activity live and historically. So we can go back too. So say we have a bus question for last week, what it conducted, what it did. We can go back and see all the activity, when the bus doors are open, when those lights are activated. It also warns us when the buses are being operated unsafely. We can run the reports to also adjust those normal days that we account for payroll and all those details. Student stop timing and everything that comes with that detail too as well. Here comes the bus app, is also linked to Synovia too as well, so parents are able to track those buses live and see where they're moving. And then the next one is student ridership. We currently don't use this. I'm going to give a little bit of detail towards the end, but this allows bus operators to ensure they only transport assigned students. So if little Johnny's getting on the bus and he's not assigned to that bus and he's going to go out and the bus driver's not going to know where that student goes, this would alert the driver that, hey, you've got a student on your bus that's not routed to you, so that we can get them where they need to be at. It also displays live real-time passenger updates too, when the student's scanned on and off the bus. It also gives us student attendance to easily and accurately create reports for our FEFP, which is our funding from the state. And again, I'll go over a little bit more detail on this too. The next one, this is our software. I wanted to give you kind of a view as to what it looks like to track a bus. So this particular one is bus 1711. As you can see, the yellow is basically when that bus is putting on their cautions to get ready to stop. The stop sign is obviously when it is stopping. It'll tell us when the entrance door is open, when it closes, how long that bus was situated, how long it was stopped, when they parked or popped their air brake, when they popped the door open, how long they sat there when that door was open. So a lot of the questions when the parents call in and ask us, hey, did the bus come? Was my student picked up? We're able to pull up and say, yes, bus 1711 is on that route. We look at a time frame and we can see all of that detail that is there. So a lot of times we're able to eliminate, I'm going to be honest with you, coming from a junior high dean, some of these kiddos try to squeeze in those opportunities of, yeah, mom, yeah, dad, I was at the bus stop, and they call mom and say, I missed the bus, when in actuality, they're at home sitting and trying to get by, on something. So we're able to pull it up and say, yeah, bus 1711 stopped. They were stopped for 2 or 3 minutes, which tells us they were loading other students. And it generally eliminates that little cue there from the students. So we can see what's going on live throughout the day for all of our routes. The next one kind of shows you what we can look up to. Again, it activates amber lights, red lights, door open, close, air brake use, speed, harsh braking, and many other alerted features. So this kind of tells you when we look up a bus, we get all of these options that are listed here. We can track if they're speeding. We can track if they're in an area they're not supposed to be. If they've got harsh braking, anything to that extent, we can look that up. Our area managers also have this up daily when they're at their desk to see their assigned bus drivers too. So they can pull this data. If for some reason we get a call from a parent that says the bus comes speeding through the subdivision, we can pull that data up and know exactly where it's at and what it was doing. The next one kind of goes back to a huge support and something that we kind of overhauled and changed this year. In years previous, area managers have sat behind a desk at the transportation compound. They've not really got out. So we completely overhauled that. We have them at the schools now. We figured that was the best avenue due to the fact they're at the school with the drivers, they're at the school with the administrators, they're at the school with the students helping load them onto the buses. So it kind of gives a brief overhaul of what the area managers do on a daily basis, but they're returning calls and emails from the previous day. The lovely video requests, we get those on a daily basis from our administrators of what students are doing. These help out tremendously. It's our area managers that are pushing these out on the daily. So the administrators generally request the video footage. They get it reviewed, clip that particular footage, and send it on to the administrator to process referrals or whatever that might be. Our response goal for this is generally 24 hours after receiving the request. And this also goes into play too with the school visits. They're there daily at each one of their schools, and they work with the administrators with any concerns they might have. They also visit with their drivers and monitors, which if there's any issues going on, they're able to identify those there at the schools. And they're also, they can see when buses are coming in late, figure out what's happening with it, what's going on. They're actually seeing it live versus being behind a desk. And they can also help with student management too as well. A lot of my area managers are actually on buses on the daily. If the driver comes in and says, hey, I'm having an issue with the route, they're on that bus to help them get that situated. So a lot of times that comes in helping with seating charts, helping with getting the students under control. So maybe putting one in the back while they're driving, getting that part of it handled. The next one, assisting with the referrals. Our area managers also review and prioritize the referrals basically from the driver to the administrator. And they look for opportunities to work with the driver and the student before a referral is actually necessary. So being on those buses, they're able to eliminate that side. Other daily duties, bus driver support, routing, attend bus accidents, and they also once every week, they're actually in dispatch so they can see what's going on. They aid as basically the manager on duty to facilitate any of the additional phone calls that are out and about. Couple of things, where do we go from here? I get the question all the time, how can we help facilitate transportation? What can we do? One of the biggest issues that we have currently right now in transportation is our student ridership. It's a technology piece that attaches to our current software that we have, and it allows us basically to know where students are. One of the couple of issues we've had this year is kindergarten students. They're getting on the wrong bus. We have to spend like 2 to 3 hours tracking this student, when in fact all we would have to do if we had this technology piece is punch in that student's ID. We know exactly when that student got on the bus. We know where that bus is at versus having to field through videos, field through the school videos. And we're looking at, school video footage of when the student boarded the bus. It generally takes about 2 to 3 hours to get through that, because we've got to go track the bus down, pull the hard drive, get it back to the compound. With this, we would get it live. So when, an administrator called us and said, hey, where's little Johnny? We know where little Johnny's at within 5 seconds of punching it in. The next one is a really big one too, as far as, safety. It's money. It's our FEFP dollars. We, unfortunately, other districts, and one of the things that I was at a director conference here recently, the other districts kind of looked at me and was like, why haven't you done this yet? You can increase your dollar bills by anywhere from 10 to 20% just by being able to account for everyone. Another thing they kind of asked, and then I kind of had a funny on it, was they were like, how do you do it? And unfortunately, we're pen and paper. I mean, I got to experience this last week when the deadlines rolled in, and we had some staff that was out, so a lot of my office staff were driving. I had to jump in and actually do the FEFP process. It was a learning curve for me. It was pen and paper. It's a manual process of literally scanning in almost 13,000 kids, when this would quickly do that for you and eliminate almost 2 weeks worth of work. The students scan in on the daily. They come in, scan on the bus. You know when they boarded it. You know when they board off the bus at the school. So we are able to track that full report and send it to the state immediately. Yes, ma'am?
I have 2 questions on this. One, how much is this?
So currently the good news is we have one piece of it. The other piece of it, we're actually looking at getting the budget cost for it and where it goes from here, but it's about a $15,000 addition. depending on our student counts and depending on how they roll forward. So with that said, generally, most districts covered that cost the first year that they put it into play, just due to the fact that their enrollments went up. They actually counted more students than the FEFP count, so it was covered that first year.
And then I got a second question.
Yes, ma'am.
The technology and the program, I guess, is what I'm asking. I don't really know how to say this in a tech way, but who has access to this? Because we think that it's a secured program, when actuality there's a third party that looks over all of this, which then opens up doors for a security breach for kids. And if you have hackers or you have those other people that exposes our children, then in my mind, this is also a safety issue, because you now have people who can reach in and see where these children are exactly at, like pinpointing location, essentially, which I see the positives in all of this, but I also worry about the safety in all of this.
For sure.
So is this a third, who?
It would be no different than what it's currently linked to. Bus Planner is our routing software that would connect with this and connect with Synovia. So Bus Planner actually connects to Synergy, which houses all of our student data. So it would be no different than where we currently stand at as far as housing data. It's still using, again, our two software providers that we currently have. Yes, ma'am.
When we started with Synovia, and this was available, and we had just started using ID cards for students. And it was not the smoothest transition into the world of technology within our buses. How far have we come? Are we able to do this smoothly? And I don't want to be inefficient in loading students up and getting students off the bus. We want to be efficient, because those kids are ready to leave at the end of the day.
For sure. And there's a couple different ways for this. There's the proximity badge that basically when the student boards, it just automatically, boop, they're there. Then there's also the scanning option. Now, obviously, we're talking dollar bills there. There's a huge difference.
Yes.
Now, there's a huge difference between the two. So they can scan in with their badge, or they can actually do the proximity just like you and I when we come up to the door and we scan and it allows us to come in. So it would record them as they board and record them as they go off.
And another question with that, do you have a lot of students, and I've ridden the elementary buses, I've ridden the high school buses. The high school those bus drivers know those kids by the third week probably the second week. But do you have as many problems with getting on the wrong bus with the older kids as the younger kids?
Yeah, that was the fun and games one. They will try it. Obviously, to get home with girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever it is. We've had it happen. Now with this too, I will tell you, our staff, we have a new staff. So, we're, and unfortunately a turnover. So with this, it would allow them to be able to see, just like we can look up in Synergy and see that this kiddo's face is there. That driver can look at the tablet and see the kiddo's face and know, hey, this is all of little Johnny or little Susie's detail. And that way they know who the picture of the kid is, and where they're going. Route, address, everything's listed there for them.
Thank you.
Yes,
And that would also come in handy when you have subs driving buses who
Correct.
don't know the kids.
If one of the main issues we have right now, and I'll get to that in just a minute, but we have subs that come on, they get on this bus, and then, a kid is lost, and immediately they feel like it's their fault. They didn't know the kid, unfortunately. This will eliminate that side to be able to say, hey, this kid's boarding, match a face to the kid, you're good to go. So, yes, ma'am.
I'm good friends with somebody in Polk County who sits on the school board. It's a great system. What they found out was, unless you have a positive message to parents, they're still not going to put the kids on the bus. What they found out is if you cannot get parents who drive their kids every day back and forth on the bus, then it's a waste of money. If you can get parents to put their kids on the bus and actually get that FEFP money for that percentage on each bus, do you have a plan to, I want to say that this is great. You guys have done a great job. At the beginning of the year, I was not on the school board, and I heard all kinds of stories from parents, from people in my family about how awful it was. The kids, most of those problems are gone. Have you thought about how you would use the program to actually get more money? Because the problem is, some parents, they hear all this, they're not trusting, they're not putting their kids on the bus, the parent pickup lines are tremendous, huge, because, well, you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
So what are we gonna do to get them on the bus?
And I think as we improve just as a department, and we can show the parents that, there's reliable transportation, they're gonna start utilizing that more. We've seen our numbers grow just since August, as far as
How can
students
you
going in.
promote that? How can we,
And I think it starts at a school level too as well. Most of the districts that have enforced this, it's a school level procedure, so they're using different features too, such as lunches, media center, all of that comes into play. I know me as a former junior high dean, we used the badges for tardies, so the kids were scanning, they would come in, I joke with them, I felt like a radar detector, I was in the hallways, popping the radar out. We would scan the students in that way too. So I think if we used it as a district standpoint and we used it from the school base to transportation, it's gonna all come into play and you would be able to incorporate it that way.
so you think you can get more kids on the bus?
I believe so. I mean, to tell you where we were at in August, I don't have those exact figures, but to tell you where we're now, I can tell you I've had to add more regular ed buses just due to the fact transportation's there, and we're providing it for the parents that were having to, take their students to school. So now there's a bus there, there's a driver there, so we're able to utilize that side of it. So I think it's going to, as time goes by, just with numbers, we're gonna have more students that are actually gonna switch from the car rider line to this. I can tell you as a parent of an FIE student, that car rider line is horrible. So I know that, using the bus feature, it comes in, they can get on the bus and go straight home. It's a whole lot better avenue.
Maybe we can use social media, our website, to start promoting the kinds of things that you've done. Because I don't think your average parent goes, oh, look, we have 43 more drivers this year. They don't know. If they knew, maybe that confidence level would be higher. Because that's a huge pot of money most counties are not getting.
I agree with it. I think we've looked at just our numbers in general. We know that we can improve that number. We know that we can get more dollar bills on that side just by utilizing what we currently have. Ms. Bonnie, if you don't mind, just wanted to show you from another district standpoint a quick video. And this was from our friends in Osceola County.
That is different.
Maybe.
Welcome to the county office.
Right?
Oh, here we go.
Students say, while making sure they're on the right bus route. News 6's Brian Didlake shows us how it could get results.
But they'll scan it like this, and then it'll pop up over here to alert the driver this student is getting on the bus here.
Zach Downs with Osceola County Schools showing what parents can expect with its new ridership program. The system launches with the upcoming school year. A student will use their student ID, the same one they use for lunches, to scan on and off their school bus.
So in the morning, when you think about it, Jimmy gets on the bus, scans on, it'll tell us, oh, Jimmy got on at Simpson Road, okay? And then when he scans off, oh, he got off at Gateway High School.
Downs says this system helps better track a student's movement in the mornings and afternoon. The program is also said to be a tool to make sure students don't get on the wrong bus or get off at the wrong stop. It will also help with the district's out.
And that information is important when it comes to like the state and it comes to our district funding, because it'll tell the state how much money to give us based on each child that's coming on and off the bus.
News 6 reached out to see if other school districts have similar programs. Seminole County will be using a mobile app system to track students. Sumter and Brevard both have the same system, using a card to scan on and off the bus. Sumter using this system since 2019, Brevard launching this upcoming school year. The remaining counties of Lake, Orange, and Volusia either did not have the program or have not responded. Downs says he wants to reassure parents the district will give students Time to adjust to the program.
You know, some kids might forget their IDs on the first day, or they might leave them at home because they're rushing out of the house. Well, we will not be turning kids away. We're just trying to get the kids in the habit of doing that, so it becomes a part of their daily routine.
In Osceola County, Brian Ditley getting results, News 6.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can the parents have access to this to know, hey, okay, my kid did get on the bus? Or, hey, you know, because if they're like in junior high or high school and mom leaves to go to work and she's worried about that child standing on the side of the road, it would be kind of like a Life 360 in a way where they could literally be like, okay, my kid's on the bus. Okay, they made it to school. I feel so much better. You know what I mean?
110%. So it'll sync with our current bus planner or Here Comes the Bus app. And it just gives it another feature to that app layer that basically says student boarded bus at 8:20. Student got off at the school at 8:45. So it is there, it's linked in. Historical data to that too, they can actually look at it and see that, you know, the timing of it too as well. So it kind of goes into the play too with the common concept that the buses were not running on time. They can actually see that data that's there. They've been stopping at the right time. That way if the junior high kid that says, oh no, the bus will come by, they can actually look at it and say, no, the bus did come by, the bus stopped for X amount of time, why didn't you get on it? So it's kind of one of those that's there, so absolutely.
I wish I had had that when my son was
Right.
in junior
For
high. My neighbor was very good.
It's actually kind of fun being the detective on this side to be able to tell the parents, but like, oh, well, no, they stopped. Fun stuff.
Mine got on the bus and got off at the front.
So it allows for that extra feature of safety and also allows for us to hopefully, with this, increase, just like other districts have, their funding between that 10 and 20%. So that's our goal with that. And the next one, this was kind of setting up for the slide. As with any industry, the common thing that we've come across, and with Indeed.com, we've had the struggle of we get the bus driver in, we get the driver in who has their CDL. Unfortunately, they get in and they figure out the amount that they're going to be making, and the dump truck position, the semi truck position, all of those come into play, which then obviously leads us to where we're minus another driver. It doesn't happen very often, thankfully, but it also comes into play too to where we get the driver in our training program, and unfortunately they go through our training program and go elsewhere for that $26 an hour gig. So it is something, we are competitive with our district and other surrounding counties. We're at $16.42 an hour. Neighboring districts and companies are anywhere between $16.65 and $18.92. One of the bigger things is like STA and some of the local contracted companies. They'll come up. We get drivers apply all the time. The only problem is they're having to drive to Clay. They want to drive to Clay, and it was actually a positive comment the other day. I had one driver come in from STA, and she said, "Words got around that y'all have a positive environment. You know, you're changing things. We want to work for you. The only problem is we can't come over for $16.42. Say they've got 5 years of experience." Setting the tone for the next one is those additional years of experience. So one of the bigger things we can see is if we can pay that driver for the years of experience that they have, we're going to get them from STA. We're going to get qualified drivers. We're going to get them from other surrounding counties. I mean, I hate to be on their side to where I'm pulling drivers over, but hey, we're all about Clay. I mean, I want the drivers there, I want our seats filled, so we gotta do it. So I'm sure they're having the same conversation we're having. But in the realm of that, if we can offer additional years of experience, we're gonna get those qualified drivers in the door. Just in a change of atmosphere in the transportation department, we've seen a growth of drivers that are coming back in and saying, you know, I wanna work for Clay County, I wanna work for your transportation department. So we've seen that growth, and I believe that if we can get this to where we're paying them for the years of experience that they have, we can continue pushing more folks in there. One of the other things this year that we've tried, we're pushing in, is increasing or getting substitute drivers, and getting them to where their starting pay is up to the $16.42 an hour too as well. So that would allow them to come in as a driver, get the same pay of what a starting driver would be, and we would keep them at that as a substitute driver. So in our next screen, we go from here. This is one of them that we snapped a picture of a rainbow over our current buses, and it's one that Miss Ellis actually sends to me on probably sometimes a weekly basis. Whenever I'm fussing or complaining, she'll send me a picture of the rainbow. But we've come a long way. I've got an awesome team in transportation. I'm very proud of them on a day-to-day basis. Our HR department, they push a lot of folks in and out as far as interviews go. So we turn to this picture a lot, just for the mere fact that we've come a long ways. So I always like to share. We share it a lot, and we push it around. It's actually in my office and in a couple offices too throughout our department. So just wanted you to know that we're pushing forward, and we've got a lot going on in the transportation side. So I appreciate y'all's time, and any questions you might have, feel free to get with me. I appreciate your support and your help.
So if I could say, I've been around for a long time. Randall's doing a great job. I don't mind saying that publicly. You can hear the amen from the chorus, because don't forget, when parents are upset, they're contacting everyone else, and then it's coming to me eventually. So I could just say this, light years of progress have occurred, through his leadership. I guess my one question would be, could we, if the board is agreeing, maybe do a pilot first on that to see how that works? And
And a proactive approach. I've spoke to a couple of schools, and we've asked them if they would do, something of that nature. We've even looked at the avenue of going to the elementary side first. So there's a couple different approaches, that we can take if, obviously with your approval, and pilot this and see, it's going to be, I can tell you just talking to other districts, it's going to be something that we benefit from. Between the safety side, I'm a parent of an autistic 7-year-old who is nonverbal, and to know that if she was to get on another bus and the bus driver didn't know her, she could be tracked immediately and we would know where she's at. To me, you can't slap the dollar bill on that. You can't. So safety is the priority there. And for me to be able to track them and say this is where they're at in a 5-second span, that's important. I mean, you can look at FEFP all day long, but the safety side of it's going to overhaul all of that. So that would be, we can definitely pilot it. We can look at the different figures and see where we go from there.
And any of us who have taught in elementary schools know that first week of school is huge. And with that first day, when we haven't lost any children, it's sort of like it goes throughout the school, and we're all like, yes.
So Miriam, we all decided we were going to man, everybody you see around you decided, okay, we're going to man transportation hotline.
Oh, yeah.
So we all went down there. So I deliberately picked day 3, because I figured, day 1 and 2 will go Rocky, somebody else. Day 3, one of the first calls I got was a lost child. And so I thought they were punking me. Like this was like set up, to get me and watch this. And let me just tell you, the sheer panic on this person, attempting to track down this young person. Well, it turns out, long story short, dad picked up the child, didn't tell mom. And so it took a while to kind of figure that out, calling the school and everything else. There is a definite need when you're talking about young people and where are they and all those kinds of things.
Well, this has come eons away from the original, I've been on this board now for 7 years. How long is it? 6 years? And it is so much more advanced than it was when we first started. So I personally.
I guess we'll figure out how they get elementary kids to get their ID cards with them every day, huh?
School level.
Lunch and everything else, so they're getting.
So I'm just making sure.
Oh, yeah. She's been knee deep in it for 2 months.
Yeah, it's working out. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to the.
I have a question.
Is the clipper down there?
Miss Bonnie's got it.
Okay.
Since November, everything I vote on costs money.
Right.
I'm just curious where that money comes from. So like, when we want to, and I think bus drivers should make more money. One of my reasons I came on the school board had a lot to do with paying our employees. I don't think you can keep, retain, train, and appreciate good people without better pay. It's just the way it is. when we're always, like for this, I'm sure that we would come up with a approximate cost to give a raise, right? I mean, this is how,
So,
where do we make cuts to add money somewhere else?
so several places. One, when we actually do the budgeting process, we go through, and especially this year, we're going through each and every contract, right, to take a look at all of our AI programs and which ones are needed, which ones are not. That's the area in which you can make those cuts. Some other things that this board and the board before it has done in relation to budget is to go self-funded in insurance, because the rebates are tremendous that come from insurance companies, health companies, related to that. The other is in cost savings related to energy through synergistics. So there's a comprehensive program to ensure that the money that we're proposing to spend, either in personnel, which is the majority of what the school district budget is, or for programs, that we have those things.
Because most of the time, since I've been sitting here, we talk about how there's no money. And so
Right.
it's hard to keep voting on money if there's no money. So
It's important
very-
to note, and I'm sure that when you guys looked at it, one of the differences in a school district budget versus a home budget is the fact that it's categorical.
Can you tell I just went to the finance forum?
Yes, so that it's categorical, and so money can only be spent on certain purposes that are in certain funds. So you cannot just say, can we spend this? Can we spend this on something different than the intended purpose of it? I tried to give the illustration of mental health to kind of walk you down the path of, okay, there's money, it's in this one particular category, there's a design need for it, and therefore it would be appropriate to buy 2 more of those. Because the need is there, the money is there, and the money is allocated specifically for that purpose. And the state is actually giving you a little clue. When they increase the money, they're saying, hey, we even know you need more of that at the state level, right? And there you go. There's 2 allocations. So while it might not seem like it at this point, each one of those accounts is accounted for. And as a result of that, we don't purchase things that can't be within our budget. It's just that simple. Now you might say, well, what if there's a mistake either on the budget gets altered by the state or on the calculation of the number of people that are needed? There's fail-safe measures that are put in there. We need more. We have reserved allocations, so we put them in there. We can also freeze a position, or we can eliminate a position at any point, as long as there's not an employee within that position. So that whole process is all going on and has gone on for many years, and that process is monitored, right? You can see that our budget has now gone to an historical high.
Over $500,000.
And also, you can point out the fact that the fund balance is at a historical high. I remember, I wasn't in this seat at the time, but we actually went down to 2% in a very rocky sort of scenario. Through that, we've climbed out of that to where we are now financially. So there's always an outlook for the bottom line, that we're always going to have the savings account, I guess we'll call it, although that would be a misnomer. The savings account is always going to be protected, and we're not spending into that savings account. I gave the example of adding somebody to communications, and then I gave a comparison to what other like entities, actually smaller entities, have in regard to personnel. Very careful thought as to that. Doc will not, she wouldn't even let me buy a coffee pot for Pete's sakes. We are not going to buy something that we haven't already calculated that we can afford. So I know you come onto the board and people are like, okay, well, I don't know if we can afford that. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if we can do that. That's the role of every single person that you see surrounding us, and the superintendent's responsibility.
Well, I think it'd be helpful for me,
Led by
or for
the
us,
CFO.
if we talked about where that money comes from and what we're going to
Yeah.
do when we vote on it. Because the only way I can make a decision would be if I know all aspects of where the money comes from If we're adding a position somewhere, where do we take it from? That's just basic to me, and it has nothing to do with school budgets. I just know it doesn't come out of thin air, and it would be helpful if I knew where it was coming from.
Well, it
we can
doesn't
certainly-
always mean
We
it-
certainly have a meeting and.
When we have an addition, it's not always that there's a deletion somewhere else because we're growing. So
Yeah.
as we are adding children, we're also adding funding. If you watch our general fund over the last 5 years, I think it's every year exponentially more.
We can certainly do that and meet and every dollar that's taken in and every dollar that goes out, we certainly.
Well, I have the general gist of where it's coming from, but it's just the way we,
Well, and
With the
and
presentation,
a lot-
that's what she wants, like.
not so much that, it's just like if you're
That's
asking
fine.
for $75,000,
I can see
tell
that.
me what fund it comes from,
Yeah.
or if we had to cut something else to get it. That's all. I mean, basically, just want to know
and that is.
how the money changes hands from place to place.
So when you vote on something like that,
Yeah.
you'll see on the cover page,
Mhm.
it tells you how much it costs and where that money's coming from.
Yeah.
It's listed on everything.
In that 35-page
Embedded in
report.
everything. No,
No, if
on
you-
the consent agenda.
If you just open up, the
Oh, the
first
rationale.
flush of looking at an item on the agenda before you open
Yeah.
up the detailed, there's always an
Yeah, I
explanation of the
open
item.
it every month, yeah.
And then the other
There's
side of
under
that
financial
is,
impact, it'll say it there.
the other side of that is when operations and even Dr. Gutfo, frequently they'll bring things to the board and it's almost like, and I don't like to use the word renegotiate, but it's almost a renegotiation of what, like the change orders and things. Frequently, those are money-saving things.
Well, I
Those
know.
are, we're gonna redo this because we're saving money in the long run by doing this. Or we're going to I'm trying to think of a financial thing that we've done in the past couple of years. We've renegotiated certain loans or certain things that have truly put
And
money back in our pocket.
interest change, and sometimes
Yeah,
interest gives us
and
money.
that
I get
puts
all that
money
part.
back in our
I just
pocket
want to know when I'll
For
vote
the
on something.
operation side of it, yeah.
And for a purchase order of 16,000, I don't think that would even come to the board because there's a threshold that the superintendent has
That's the
authority
other
for
side,
purchase
Okay.
on.
Mhm.
I think is it 50,000? Yeah.
I have a question. How many drivers are we down?
So allocation wise, we have about 25 open allocations right now. So this is the world of allocations where we're currently at. So we have combined routes to where we only have one double back right now. Those 25-ish allocations that are sitting over here will go to filling the overcrowded buses. Substitutes, just having subs that are rolling on that side too as well.
So my question, because I'm still hearing from various places all around the county, late buses. As great as all that sounds, it's still happening. And I know that these people had kids in the school system prior to now, and this issue didn't happen. So is it that we can't fill the positions? And if so, have we talked about like a temporary contract out to fill these positions till we get permanent spaces?
So I think even with that, they're gonna, when you go to the temporary folks, they're having the same problem we're having, is getting the drivers in the door too as well.
It's the same with substitutes.
It's across the board. To answer that question, you're gonna have days, so I'll tell you, some things that we have that are just contract language problems that we have. When you have a holiday, such as this last one, so Friday, we had 22 call-outs. Now, some of those were folks that were out sick, some of them had deaths in the family. So when you think of 22 call-outs in one day, I am scrounging to, basically my whole entire office staff is driving. We are going back to that day one aspect of it to where I'm having to double out routes and I'm getting, so we're gonna have days that you have late folks.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can we not have like a sidebar contract where like if that happens, we could pick up the phone and be like, hey, I need 22 bus drivers, what can you send me?
Unfortunately, no, it's the same aspect across the board.
I mean, you laugh, but
No,
no,
but can I just say,
I wish we could.
like world,
Yeah.
we literally do that. We say, hey,
Yeah.
we've had 5 call-outs and I need 5 nurses, what can you send me?
Yeah.
Or is there a tech you can send me or whatever? So in my mind is, instead of resulting to, okay, how about we contract everything? Is there a temporary contract? And how we can do that? Is that not a possibility?
The issue that we've come across is the fact that they have to be licensed. They have to hold that CDL license.
Well, that's what I'm
So-
saying, with a contracted company they have those.
But even if you
Their
get a
drivers are
contract company,
CDL.
they have it.
Here's the question, is there a company like that?
That's what I wanna know.
If there is a company that's like that, they don't have the drivers to
actually
push it
has
out.
drivers.
So in other
Do we know that though? Because we don't even
We
know if there's
actually,
a country,
we checked in this at the
company.
beginning of the year,
Okay.
because we were scrounging. We had those 20 some odd double backs that we had to fill, so we called pretty well, there was a radius of about 6 different companies, private companies, and said, hey, who do you got? Can you send them to us?
That's what I wanna know.
No,
Have we done that?
we have done that.
If it's
Yes.
anything like, I'm just gonna
That's
tell you
what-
real quick, Ms. Skipper, we went to a service for teachers so we could get substitute teachers. It worked really great at first. And then there were no substitute teachers at the substitute teacher place. And
Right. I mean, I get that,
most of the time now, when you call, there's not enough substitute teachers. It's the same thing with the bus.
Well, and another thing is then, because there's companies where, like, let's just say it's raining. A lot of times CDL drivers aren't driving and dumping loads of dirt because it's raining because the workers aren't working.
Yeah.
So if there is a day that they can sub or fill in as a bus driver through a different company, that's what I'm asking. Is there an alternative to where you could be, I mean, there's apps out there like every day where you could rent, you know, a tractor, you could do this, you could do that. Is there not an app or a company that you can do that with a human, is what I'm saying, for bus drivers?
There's the private
CDL
companies
or whatever.
that are out there, but again, those drivers they have them on actual routes with that private company, so they don't have any to spare like we did in years past. So even if, I get the fact that you got CDL drivers that are out there, but the problem is they gotta have the Clay County training to go out.
Right.
So we would love to have them on, and that's where they have to go through the
Well,
background
yeah, I
process.
mean, they
all
would
of
have
that.
to, well, what I'm saying is, would they be in this other company that has already done all of this? That's why I'm asking, is there a company that does that, not just random, God knows who off the street that has a CDL, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, we called
But
at the beginning of the year, there was about 6 different private companies, but what we come up against was they were short themselves, so they didn't have the allocated extra additional folks to allocate to another county.
What is the age requirement for a CDL license?
Say that one more time.
What's the age requirement for a CDL
So we
license?
require them to have 7 years of safe driving history.
Okay.
So,
So we couldn't set up a academy in Clay for students to learn how to
unfortunately,
drive a bus?
yeah. And I mean, if you think about that too, if you think about the 19, 20, 21-year-olds, you don't really want them behind the wheel of a bus, unfortunately, historically now.
And be responsible for 50 kids.
I'm gonna just tell you, my grandfather, who graduated from Clay High, drove the school bus and picked everybody up
Oh, there you go.
when he was on his way to school.
I just
But I
wanted
know
to
we're not
say,
living in that day and age anymore.
for all that you've turned around,
Yes.
you lost Rosalie inside, and we knew that you inherited a mess. And I love the fact that you're positive. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just ask a couple of questions. Just so everybody knows, when it comes to a fight on the school bus, our drivers have been instructed not to get involved. Because if something happens to them, then there's no adult to manage the children.
They've never been told to, are you talking about not get involved with the fight?
Right.
No, it would be the same level as the school level, you know, with any other school employee. They've never been instructed to get involved. Somewhere along the lines too, we've increased and tried to, I want to say, get the flow of bus driver referral to the school. Our area managers help facilitate that request as well. Somewhere along the lines it got twisted to where we were saying, don't write the referrals, don't get involved.
Right.
No, we were saying, you have an area manager who's at your school, let them take that referral from you when you roll in, or let them take that student off the bus when you roll in, take the student, take the referral directly to the administrator. To where it takes it off the driver's hands to where they can go about and do their route. They're not spending 15, 20, 30 minutes of their day facilitating that referral. It's on another district administrator versus the bus driver, the monitor, whoever that is. So somewhere along the lines that got shoved and twisted and pushed out to where it was, we were telling them, no, you can't write referrals. That's not the case. We've advocated for them and told them, and the system we currently have, it works well. They turn the referral into the area manager takes that with the video, whatever else. So for example, in the classroom, you have to say, in the PBS side of things, you have to call the parent at least 3 times before you can drive a referral. It's the same aspect on the bus. We're asking the driver, hey, what have you done to fix this problem? So have you moved the seating arrangement? Have you done this? Have you done that? And if we can document that and submit that with the referral, that's more, the student's liable to get some kind of consequences that are there that's listed versus the bus driver just turning in a referral and it not having any merit. That's where we went out with that avenue.
It is also my understanding that it's unlike a teacher, if a child is on some medication, that bus driver obviously is not aware of that. So that's, I probably shouldn't bring that up, but I mean, if you had a child that had a seizure on the bus, how does the driver handle that?
So, and I will tell you, in years past, that is something, my wife's a school nurse, so one of the questions that I had for her was, I know as a former teacher, I always received the red folder, the yellow folder, whatever that folder was, that detailed, all the detail for that student. So that was my same question when I come on board with transportation was, as a driver, do you have that same folder? Do you have that folder that details kid has potential to have seizures, kid's nonverbal, kid's autistic, kid, whatever that is there. I will tell you in years past, that hasn't been done. It is something that we've worked on and we've flipped around to where the driver knows. We're working actively right now to get every one of our staff members, office staff, administration, everyone is basically, they're enrolled and they're doing the medication safety training course, because let's just say we have so many folks that turn through, we want them all trained on that, because if you get a kid that switches buses, this kid has a seizure, now he's on this bus, we want that driver trained too as well. So there's a lot of stuff, unfortunately, yes, I can tell you, it wasn't done in the past, it is being done now.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
The reality is, if there was more people, then some of the language would be taken care of. So while we're celebrating the fact that we're able to cover all the routes, if you had a little bit of wiggle room of 20 additional people, that would take care of when people call out sick and all of those kinds of things. So the other thing that he's kind of, that I would kind of point out about transportation, you take a step back and you look at other districts and how they've managed that particular situation. I think what we have going against any district out there, because most districts, I was just at round tables with superintendents, how many bus drivers are you down? We're down 45. How many are you down? We're down 100. How many are you down? I said up next, talk to the next guy, because I didn't want to get beat up, on my colleagues. So it's kind of like, we don't want, but you have to put it in perspective, right? It's still not where we should be, and we should continue to move forward, but also take a step back and celebrate where we are, which you do that by comparing against others.
As long as we show empathy to the, kind of like graduation, 95% is great, but another 5%?
Yeah, good customer
So
service is good.
Yeah,
is
when the
important.
parents have an issue with the bus never getting there, we have to be empathetic, so. But I am all for increasing bus driver pay, because it's the one job nobody wants to do. So whatever it takes, I mean, we should never have double backs, we know that. But we should have some people on standby. So hopefully we'll get to that point.
That's a good transition on to the next presentation. All right, so let's move right along. We're going to do this very quick because of the hour and where we're at. I could tell my audience has waned a little bit. Okay? So we talked about the strategic plan. I'm going to go through my part very quickly, and then we're going to turn it over to you guys to hear what your highest priority is. But if you recall, we're in the middle of this strategic plan process. The goal would be to have a strategic plan fully in place by June. We've been working on it all year long. And so far, you remember seeing this in phase 1 leading us up to June. And we've done the following. We've surveyed our parents and community stakeholders. We have gone ahead and we've established goals. There's 5 major goals. I sent you an email with those goals as a reminder what they were. Then we asked for stakeholder input. Oh, there are the 5 goals that you see there. Then we asked, I'm not going to go over each one for sake of time because we sent you the email. Yep, we have. So then, we've had 3 different town halls related to this particular topic. We have, there they are. Then we've had Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council give the teacher voice to the 5 goals. Hey, as well as the student goals through the student advisory council that we have. Now, here's the purpose, right? School board members, we wanted to know what your highest priority was. This will be an opportunity for us to record it. Eventually, each one of those 5 areas, has a team lead, a team leader, right? They meet and then they take the information from all of these groups, and of course, the board's a very valuable group to hear your input related to that. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Gilhousen to kind of lead this conversation. Ms. Watt's going to act as the recorder for me, like recording what it is you say, so that we can ensure that we follow this in the process.
All right, thank you, Mr. Broski. Would anybody like to begin with your priorities?
Can you put this, do you have the slide with the 5 areas for me?
Yes, I can.
So I can
hopefully
just look at it?
I can hopefully get back to that slide. I gotta go one by one.
With the boxes.
There we go.
All right.
So, and also remember, a strategic plan is not like the static document. There's something else that comes up that needs to be done. We're obviously going to do that. But we kind of pointed to these because when you think about students are number 1, right? In order to have students be number 1, you have to have talented people. You have to engage families and the community. If you don't have safety, you can't even start, right? And then fiscal and operational efficiency is certainly very important for an institution that has a $500 million budget, right? So those are big, broad areas. Now's the opportunity to kind of weigh in on things that you would like to see or things you want to see within those areas, because we want to be strategic and not go on 15 different directions.
So I got a couple. I can't just do one, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Go
I'll just give you a list and then you can go from there. How about that?
Well, how about we strategically look at ones that we would need to bring forward?
Can we go through, maybe say, does anybody have any ideas of like student success? And can we do it like that, or are we gonna jump around?
Well,
So my hope was that each one of us would have 1 or 2 items that we would like to contribute
On
towards
each thing or on
No,
the?
total. 1 or 2 items towards the strategic plan. And I think setting a goal, that would be 5 to 10 goals as a board that we're contributing towards the strategic plan. And it would be something that we do annually. And it would be something that's measurable so that we can check in with how successful are we.
And it's big picture idea. It's not, hey, how do we, like, obviously we'd like every bus to run on time every day, right? But that's not a realistic goal to have for a strategic plan initiative.
okay, I'll just go so you can get
Sure.
this started. Okay, for student success, when we look at literacy and reading, I would like to see, and I know Doc's head's gonna roll when I say I would like to see for our K through 3, since it's super important, and I don't know if you all know this, but part of how they choose prisons is based off of reading scores, their grade reading scores, right? So I think it's very important that we are, that area, K through 3, we are putting extra resources, we are doing everything that we can to make our kids successful in reading, because our numbers are across the board are not as good as we want them to be, or I want them to be. So I will say that I think that if we have to hire an assistant for our kindergarten, where classes, let's say there's 6 classes, and you have 2 that we hire, or somehow move an assistant to where they can split between those 6 classes and give small group exercises, because small group is super important, especially when we're learning to read. That's one of my ideas. I also have, I think that we need to somehow, and I don't really know how the county can do this, Mr. Roger, but I think that we need to somehow implement an ethics class. I think that it's very important. I know a lot of people, especially going into the healthcare field, into fields, I'm not really sure if police officers, I'm sure they have to take one, right? Yeah. So implementing some form of an ethics class on our students to teach them ethics. I think that is a valuable thing to implement course on our students for not only now, but later on in life, to know everything that goes with it. And then my last one, sorry, I would say with our parents, and I don't really know how to say this really fast, but getting our PTAs fully back in swing where we have, and I've seen other schools do this where it works, where you have, let's just say one PTA leader per school, and then you get involvement from your parents. So all volunteer positions where the head PTA, then you have room moms, right? Or room parent, whatever. The PTA communicates with the room moms or parents, and then the parents in the classrooms communicate to the room mom, and then the head PTA leader will then communicate to our administrative side. But essentially what happens is it allows the parents, it takes stress off of the teachers, it takes stress off of the administration where they work alongside, not intruding or crossing lines, but work alongside administration. And that those people, instead of having teachers stay after school to do this, unless they want to volunteer to do it, the PTA or the parents or the room moms would be more involved in doing school dances or all the extracurricular activities that the school does on the side, award ceremonies. They implement and get ready to do all of that. And then you can also have the room moms do the things that the teacher may need. I don't know, everything from extra copies to, hey, could you send this email out because of this, and this, pertaining to, I don't know, the extracurricular activities, not education or anything like that, per approval from the PTA leader. I know that's like really condensed, but that in itself involves parents in our schools. It allows parents to have a voice with the extra stuff that goes on. And then it also, like I said, takes stress off of teachers and other administrative staffs feeling like, oh God, I gotta do this, I gotta get this done, with the other priorities of education. And it helps them run the school a lot smoother.
Can I, just a couple of
Really
things.
fast.
I was taking notes as you were speaking, because when you said starting with student success, under student success, and it says, ensure that Clay County students graduate as fully prepared, future-ready citizens by providing high-quality, standards-based instruction in every classroom, every content area, every day. And this being, in essence, a 5-year strategic plan, a goal-oriented. We already have the civics coming in from the state. And for some reason, ethics was ringing bells as well.
Because we used
But
to
it
do
was just
something.
civics.
We
We
used
used
to all
to
run
do
an
ethics.
OP5.
So
Yeah.
perhaps going in, maybe adding something to that as part of that goal. Just let me can I just follow all three? The reading. In the third section of student success, conduct continuous progress monitoring assessments in order to provide on-demand, immediate, and intensive interventions using high-quality, evidence-based strategies as well as opportunities for enrichment. That includes every academic program, from my perspective, and would highlight each of those. But knowing that K through 3, 100% behind you on that one. Totally. I'm pre-K. a
Yeah.
pre-K.
Yeah.
I'm talking birth through, whatever, but that's incorporating as much of that as we can. But then also in the family and community engagement, number 3, the second highlight was collaborate with parents and community partners to increase stakeholder participation. And I'm not a Debbie Downer. I'm not going to say that would never, because every one of my 20 years teaching, I really tried hard. There were times when parents wanted to push in and help, and 90% of the time it was at that parent open house. Oh, Mrs. Bola, whatever you need, anything, you just let me know. And it would be like, oh no, I can't do that. Getting chaperones was awesome because we had great field trips. So we had chaperones without, but the day-to-day, the day-to-day is tough because so many of our parents work.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's very successful.
Your PTA leader of your school would help encourage.
It's very successful at Orange Park Elementary.
Yeah.
Right, because they have to have parent involvement, right.
And that would be, I would love to be able to do that at every elementary school. I don't know that that would go over real big.
And
with our
sometimes,
community,
listen,
but we-
sometimes they use room moms for more than one classroom.
Sure,
You know what I
sure.
mean?
Oh, we
But I
had,
think
yeah,
if you
yeah.
did this right and you had a good leader for the, I say PTA because that's what it used to be called. I don't really know what the heck they call it now, but other places call it parent association. When you have somebody, especially maybe even another person who's over all of the PTA members or whatever, to help with encouraging this and getting involvement. And there are so many parents though that would love to do something like this because we know that when parents are involved, students succeed.
Absolutely.
In every
Absolutely.
aspect. So, and then you know what, when little Johnny sees that little Jessica's mama's always there and always doing stuff, well, mommy, why don't you, can you help? Can you do this? And then mommy would be like, oh, you know what, I should probably at least do something, right? So it just kind of encourages.
In between my 3 jobs.
Well, I know.
I mean, that.
Mama wears a lot of hats over here, but I still
I'm talking
manage.
about 3
You know what I
physical
mean?
jobs, yeah, out of the house, but anyway, yeah. But that's, yeah, totally.
So, maybe your initiative would be that you want the PFA or PTA or whatever they call it at each individual school to manage parent volunteerism?
Yep.
Kind of
So
stuff.
I think-
part of it.
I think if I
Lot bigger
could,
than that.
So what I do is I listen to what you're gonna say intently. We're gonna record down, every initiative. One of the things that then happens is you have to figure out, like, where are we with that, right? You talk specifically about K through reading, which is a particular passion of mine. Maybe realizing where we're at in that is an important part of formulating an activity under a goal. So I think my role is, while I'm not saying anything about any initiative that anybody brings forward, part of this is to analyze, well, where are we with that, right? And then how would we implement whatever it is the idea is another piece of that. So I think it's best if I just sit back and I just listen and not say anything about what anybody says, so that you get the right to express your idea. But please realize that afterwards, there's the analysis of what you've said, how that factors into the day-to-day operations of the district in the formation of a goal, and perhaps something like the idea of the PFA idea would be morphed into something that looked slightly different than what you said, because you obviously have a vision in your mind, but maybe the vision in mind wouldn't exactly fit in with our current scenario, so it has to be altered slightly. Okay, so you have to give.
They're just giving examples.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
Right.
fast
We just
one.
wanted to hear the examples quick of what it is you want us to focus on. And then the whole team is gonna look at, well, how can we make that happen? Like within our current confines and within the day-to-day operations of the district. And where are we with that? So I think it's important that we just listen to one another and for everybody to have the right to express themselves, so we know that this is a particular focus of yours, so that we can then work and target things within those areas. Now, those things we target might not look exactly the way you thought that they were gonna look, because we have to analyze the current operation of the district in order to make that happen, right? So it'll look a little different. So don't like have this vision of every detail and say, wait a minute now, we don't have this, we don't have that, you know, when the intent is to progress within that area. So that, I'm gonna be quiet now, I just wanna hear from everybody.
All right. Are you finished, Ms. Skipper?
Yes, if you want more, I have more, but.
Okay.
It's a good
We
starting
appreciate
point.
that.
Good starting point. Who wants to go next? Ms.
I
Wolf?
can go next.
Yep.
It's up to you. I went directly to the talent recruitment, development, and retention of teachers. And within that area, I didn't feel that we had, under the retain employees, I mean, basically recruit highly qualified, et cetera, develop, retain. And it's more, I guess, in the development, in that we say, you know, foster a safe and inclusive learning environment, build upon student strengths, retain employees through opportunities for growth and career development. And I'm seeing that we're getting more and more new teachers, lots of new teachers. And I tried to put it in strategic planning, but obviously you can probably doctor that. But provide experienced and novice teachers continued training to develop current pedagogical skills with opportunities to train by example. And that's basically talking about the methods and practices of teaching. So as teachers come in that are new, make certain that we have that development available to, and it goes with experienced teachers. We are constantly evolving as teachers. And anything that we can do, and I know we have special programs already in place for part of that, and for most of that. But just that to me is part of that strategic plan moving forward as well. Because we're going to continue to get new teachers from a variety of backgrounds.
Absolutely.
They're not going to be your
education
traditional
backgrounds,
college
tell you-
educated, straight out of the college of education type teacher.
Did you didn't major in education, did you?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
My
and you
graduate's
became
in
a
business.
Same for me. My degree's in nursing. I'm teaching now, and it was invaluable to me that our administration found ways to get coverage for my classes so that I could go watch
Yes.
master
Oh,
teachers
gosh,
do what
yes.
they do. And then have those same master teachers come visit my classroom and give me feedback. So I know that that's.
And I know that that's already embedded in most of our programs, but as part of the plan to make certain that that goes forward.
Yeah,
So.
I love that. It's a great focus. Ms. Clark?
I'll be happy to, if I can get my voice, I apologize. I'm gonna focus on SAFE, and I have two quick issues. I'd still like to review cell phone usage at school. I think we just need to kind of update with some of the new information we have. Secondly, please don't shoot me, have my back. I'd like to call for a vote for a free state mock investigation for our school district police. Many citizens I'm still hearing from that they feel it's a conflict of interest and they wonder why the school district is in the police business. So I think if we have the state come in and it shows that we're doing everything right, then people will be satisfied.
Well,
Because I want,
that's through the accreditation process.
Yes.
Yeah, we've started.
I have started the initial application for accreditation already.
perfect. Because I go back to our vote on the millage, and it was too close. And I think we need to identify why it was so close. So I think we need to answer some questions about that we are fully accredited and trained, and, because that doesn't get out there. So, yeah, that's it.
It's a good idea.
And I think a mock assessment is free.
Yes, it is.
What is a mock assessment?
They assess the ins and outs of the police department and.
Is mock like a company or?
It's through the Department of, it's through Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and it's a $900 initial fee.
So it's not free, it's $900.
It's $900.
But Ms. Skipper said she, no, I'm kidding. Kidding.
All right, is that everything from you, Ms. Hanson?
I was hoping to go last, maybe I'll mine's repetitive,
If
but,
you'd like to go last, I can share mine.
can I go
I
last
just
just in
always try
case?
to give you guys a chance before I.
well, thank you, I'd like to.
Okay, so mine falls under student success. I have seen kind of a opportunity that we have in our K-6 education to dig in and teach history, because I don't think that we've done that in a lot of years. I've talked to teachers, we haven't had an identified history curriculum for K-6 in a while. So given that we punted history curriculum adoption till next year, I think we have an opportunity to include K-6 in that history adoption, and I have several curriculum opportunities that I'd like to explore with that. And to me, this is more of a, I'd like to meet with our folks who design our history curriculum, and specifically in primary education, to see where it would fit and how we could implement that. I think it could be as simple as 20 minutes a day that we teach history K-6. But I'd like to see us, a huge way that children learn is through repetition. And I think that when we wait to teach American history and world history until they get to junior high and high school, we've missed this opportunity that we have to make names like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln familiar to them. Not that we don't already do that, but we don't have a strategic curriculum in place for that, and I think that there's an opportunity for it. So that's my contribution. Ms. Hanson?
One thing under fiscal operational efficiency. So our website, I'm going to talk about being transparent. And whether we believe we are or not, it's really how our community perceives us as being transparent. So one thing I thought we could do is actually, in order to make us more transparent and easier for people to realize or understand what we're doing, is I would like to see on our website for the budget to be moved under school board, since that's one of our main responsibilities, along with our policy. So you would have budget links and policy links. So I think for transparency, I'm going to use another county for an example. If you go to Duval, you can find transparency, click on it under school board, and they have a half-cent sales tax calculator. You can see every penny where it's spent. You can go to individual schools. You can see how the 1% mill is being spent. All you do is click. It populates data for you, populates a graph. You can ask it questions if you want to see a specific school. I think we need to do better with transparency, and I am sure our IT department, after I've watched them these months, can figure out how to do something for us to make our budget transparent and easier for regular people, and I'll include myself in that, because when I'm looking through the county website trying to find things, it is very difficult, even after being a teacher for 19 years, to find what I'm really looking for. A lot of times it doesn't come up in search. So I would appreciate if we could really work on something. If you look at Duval's school board site with policies and then budget, having a transparency button or calculators or something that they could just hits them in the face with what we're doing with their money. I think that would be a great thing to do. For the safe, positive, and learning environment, I have one thing. I think we need to have a bullet point on bring back engaging learning. I am telling you, we have lost fun in the classroom. And part of that positive learning environment, I spent 19 years mainly teaching English, trying to find fun ways to teach it, because you can't get kids to read and write unless you can engage them. When kids are on Chromebooks all the time, when teachers are stressed, when students have lack of discipline and there's so much disruption, I just left and I wasn't that fun anymore. There is a lot going on. If we change that learning environment, maybe something about more engaging classroom curriculum, maybe get some people in here to do some training on how to get away from our Chromebooks and get away from the textbooks, which are only supposed to be a resource, and work on really engaging our kids on a level that matters, which is making them have fun and the love of learning. There's a reason they don't read books anymore. They do not have a love of learning anymore. So that's that. I hope someone's taking notes, because I'm, talent and recruitment. I would be remiss if I did not talk about teacher retention. I have some notes on my phone. Sorry. Let me get right in here. So there's a lot going on with teacher retention. I just have to find the right one. Because the most powerful resource for our kids are teachers. And I can tell you that student success and teacher, those two boxes are interconnected and cannot be separated at all. Student success is a direct reflection, and one of the main priorities of a school board is achievement, student achievement. I personally am not happy that about 40% of our kids cannot read on grade level. Another 20% at level 3 are a weak level 3, meaning they need support to read on grade level. When we're talking about student success and teacher retention, it is pertinent that we find ways to better support our teachers in the classroom. When teachers are satisfied with their job, because they come because they love children, when they are satisfied with their job, and I will also say when they feel adequately paid, we've been talking about that forever, but I want to talk more about support for teachers and how it affects student success. So somehow we have to figure out how to acknowledge that we're having some discipline problems in the classroom, but we have to, and I don't mean to upset anybody if I do, but to retain teachers, we have to authentically listen. Most of my teacher friends will not answer any of your survey monkeys. They're afraid you're spying on them. They don't want to tell you the truth, but they have valid reasons for leaving. And I think there's a bit of a disconnect between what goes on here and what's actually going on in the classroom. Number one, I had a couple teacher forums, and I'm going to tell you what they told me and the sticky notes. They're good at sticky notes and what they wrote to me. 60% of the people I know who are teaching plan on leaving in the next year. We have approximately 300 teachers leave a year. I'm not okay with that, when bigger counties have a lot less than we do. I think that we need to have school leaders, maybe professionally contracted school teachers, who feel like they can talk more openly. I think we need to have a team of those kind of teachers that can become comfortable with you and not feel that they're going to have some kind of repercussion. They would like to talk about the lack of discipline in the classroom. They would like to talk about how the same student for 6 years in a row has taken away the 95% of the learning of the kids who are sitting quietly. They would like to talk, I'm sorry, Mary, you're shaking your head.
I know,
The teachers would like to tell you that they are so overwhelmed and pulled in so many different directions, they no longer want to do it. I've been at schools where they had 5 people show up at every ESE meeting. You were in ESE meetings 5 times a week because of that, not knowing you only needed one regular ed teacher. I think we can do a lot of freeing up some time for them. I've had really good principals that understood. We had faculty meetings very briefly. He talked to a lot of us through our emails. We can support teachers by freeing up some of their time. We can support them so that they can teach in the classroom more effectively. Maybe a dean at every junior high, a discipline dean, because I'm going to tell you right now, when there's a dean in the school, they are handling business. Maybe an elementary teacher has a 2-hour planning and can be a discipline dean on that other 1 hour to support teachers so they can learn. When kids are in crisis, we need teachers to know that they are not the first responder. They are not responsible for all of the crises that have been happening with our kids. Teachers are quitting because they feel that responsibility. Someone comes and confides to them, and there's nowhere to send them. When it comes to mental health, it's new for everybody. So if I had to say, teacher pay, you can believe me, I'll be looking for a small pot of money somewhere to help with that. because we need to do better. Even within the state of Florida, I've got the teacher salaries from most other counties in this folder. We need to do better. But I would have stayed for no dollars if I could have taught effectively in the classroom. And that is what I wanted to say.
Okay. So we're recording all of that, we kind of got the vision for everybody, then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna work on those particular issues. Keep in mind, like, I heard some ideas in which there's, present programs that were just started this year relative to the issue that you bring forward. So I think part of it is education of what's really happening in our schools that maybe a board member wouldn't know, the programs that are in place, as well as how do we meet those needs. So that's the intent. We've heard everything, we'll record it, I'll go back and watch the video.
Can I add
again.
just one more thing, real
Sure.
quick? Sorry.
Sure.
We need to talk to them more, ask them questions, do our ROIs, return on investments, ask our teachers what they think about our supplemental materials that we have. A lot of them are not working for the teachers. We just need to talk to them more. They need to tell us about what they're using. They need to be able to tell you if their curriculum specialist is doing a good job. You may have one that's not, and they don't. So communication for teachers is part of retention, along with support for teachers. I promise that's it.
Right.
I promise.
So anything else? So the idea would be, we've heard from our stakeholders, we've heard from teachers, and trust me, we have some lively people on the teacher advisory council. In fact,
Meeting with them next week.
yeah, it's good times there. So we do hear that voice that you're talking about. So we're going to take all of that information and then progress forward with the strategic plan. So for the sake of time, we're going to go on to the next one. So Bob, if you can transition to legislative priorities, let me tell you where we are with this. So we have met one time previously. We got to the point where we were 95% there. So since that time, I've had numerous meetings with the Southern Group, the strategist, the lobbyist. We've done several things. One, we've looked at the language together, line by line, of what you see in front of you. My question as a superintendent to the lobbyist would be, is this wording, the wording that you believe as professionals that do this for a living, is this the right wording that you would like to see moving forward? So we looked at all of those items and believe that that's true. In addition, we filed 3 different appropriation measures with the legislature. So here they are. Again, it's important to know, as a board member, we put in a expansion of school choice item with the legislature. It's the expansion of the Montessori program, which is hugely popular at Swimming Pen and has a waiting list of individuals. We're looking at expanding it to another school. The training for that particular program and the materials for that are very pricey, by the way, so we're asking for help, but it's a very successful program. So that's one that's gone through, that's now in the pipeline. One is an addition of workforce development. One of the things we'd like to do through our CTE programs is have a CNA program at Fleming Island High School. We believe that the opportunity to walk to the hospital that's very close is one in which we can create a pipeline of students, create interest, work with our state college to provide a pipeline for nursing candidates in the future. I've talked to all 3 of them. Every single one of them will tell you that they just don't have enough nurses and they can't, right? So school systems should be about providing programs that lead to employment for students when they get out. And a particular passion of mine is employment in Clay County for Clay County students. And so we're looking to do that through the CNA program.
Because this is just a certificate that you can actually add to your CNA, is phlebotomy. And when you add that to that, they're more likely to get a job because they see that, okay, not only can my CNA be a CNA, but they can also stay. So that's very beneficial, especially in like ER settings and things like that. So adding that to your CNA, I think would be beneficial across the county.
And what we'd like to do is to work with the St. John River State College to provide an opportunity in which that same student can come from that program, receive the education that they need in order to become fully licensed and work within Clay County. See, we're doing that with other academies, such as the Garber Automobile Academy in Bedford High School, such as the ViStar Academy. We're also starting a firefighter academy at Orange Park High School to lead towards direct employment with Clay County Fire Rescue related to that. So that's another.
But that's just like, you could combine those two and it'd be really quick, because it's only like a very short.
Is there an age limit on that? I mean, do
No,
they have to
as
be
long
like
as
a
you have your
minimum of
cert-
18 or something for
Well-
phlebotomists? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think so, I think it's, I don't know, I think it's if you have your certificate. I mean, I never,
Sorry, I was just.
I went through it, but I was over 18, so I never, I just know that it would make them very attractive for like, hey, I graduated, not only do I have my CNA, but in the course of that, I did my phlebotomy, so I can stick to. So in emergencies or whatever, it helps the nurses on the floor.
The third is the expansion of the Elevation Academy. So one of the things that we've noticed is we actually have a waiting list of students for Elevation Academy. Elevation Academy is very successful. What we're looking to potentially do, and we brought to the legislative process, is expand the day at Bauman Learning Center to have, in essence, 2 shifts for students that we can manage. We believe that that's the most doable, given our current space that we have, and then potentially look at furthering the program at Orange Park High campus on the adult ed side of things. So a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. I've met and had conference with the Southern Group 3, 4, 5 times now related towards opening the legislative session. So when I look at like our proposed legislative priorities, we kind of went through them one by one, looking for the wording for that. I would point out that several of them we've had an advantage because the governor's budget is already in line with the initiatives that you wrote down, right? So it's talking about increase of BSA, the governor's budget's $205 more. Keep in mind, the governor's budget quite often gets reduced. That's part of the whole legislative process. The governor, it's nice you can say, we should do this, and we should do this, but then the legislature has to make the sausage that makes that happen. And so in that process becomes a meat grinder, and it comes out different. So don't think that we're actually going to get that, because if we did, that'd be fantastic. If we did. We also included mental health, pre-K money, hardening of school grants, and a lot of the things that you see on this list. Please know that a list of legislative priorities kind of sets directions for how you would like them to work. It's not the Bill of Rights, it's not the Magna Carta. It's not going to stop the world from moving along, but kind of sets priorities forward in that direction. We never finalized the process, but I thought it'd be important for me to share out to the board what we've done in relation to our lobbyists, as well as the appropriations that we've sent forward for the legislature to consider. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. I don't know if there's any questions related to that. It felt like we ended the conversation like, hey, make a couple corrections to this. And we never finally said through consensus, hey, all right. So I felt like I needed to bring it back and also kind of point out the additional things that occurred behind the scenes to bring it forward.
Is this just a draft?
It's just a draft.
It's a draft?
Yeah.
Can I just ask one thing?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Provide the full cost of the expected increase in voucher scholarships.
Right.
Expected didn't make sense to me after that word. Maybe it's expected increases, right?
Yeah, we can switch.
It would just read better, I think, for everybody. Instead
So
of
that one's kind of interesting in today's climate, because what the wording on this is to represent is that the current family empowerment scholarships, not the proposed or new legislation that's being talked about. One of the challenges is that it's a complete nightmare to budget for them, because they run it through the district. We as a district, and I think Doc would agree with me, we would prefer if the state would just send it to whoever they want to send it to and not give it to us to begin with. Right, that would make absolutely much more sense. They do that, for example, when it's first started, it was 2 million. Okay, without warning, the next year was 10 million. So then a good question would be, where did the 8 million come from?
Yeah.
Well, you had to cut things, because all of a sudden the price tag of 8 million comes up. So there are ways to adjust the budget as it moves on, but to go from 2 to 10 is a huge thing. And I'm not gonna comment on the current legislation, because I would say the same thing. If you choose to do that, then send it directly to the provider. Don't kind of do this funnel through the district, so the district can't account for its budget and figure out what its current budget is, so that we know what expenditures we can have to meet our budget. Okay, and it's kind of all wrapped together, and so we're gonna see how that all plays out.
If it makes you feel any better, out of the 75% that actually qualify for these vouchers in the state of Florida, only 6% is actually utilized. So the other 25%, that is about like HB1 that's gonna be passed. Who knows what that number will be, but according to, is it Step Up, is that where the doctor, only 6% is actually utilized throughout the United States. So I know we probably have a higher, or like we feel like we have a
That
higher.
still didn't pay for the 8 million more that we had to pay for though.
I'm just saying that everybody thinks, you know, it's gonna be a wrecking ball for public school, but, I mean, there's other opportunities that you can.
Well, I don't think public schools are afraid of competition.
Yeah,
Let me be clear. I'll compete against anyone. What we are afraid of is a difference in the rules between that. You can't have the same, you gotta play the same game,
Yeah.
right? So some, some groups have a big set of rules that they gotta follow. Other groups have a little set of rules. My idea would be just simply give us their rule book, and I'll compete every day.
Yep.
And be glad to compete. That's really not a competition thing. It's, hey, if you're gonna take money away, just don't give it to us. Give it to them if that's the decision. Don't involve us so that we can actually budget for
But
our
I was
kids.
just letting you also know that.
Yeah, well, that would mean they would have to manage all the students.
From them.
I'm done with that. Our last presentation. How many people want a last presentation? Can I get an amen? Anybody want a last presentation? Everybody, stand up, everybody. Yes, last presentation. All right, Ms. Troutman. You guys need a little energy.
All right. Here we go. Yeah, great. It's always awesome to be the one in the last presentation after 3 hours.
Only thing between them and lunch.
I keep the down arrow to make it go far.
Glad that wasn't transportation.
Yes, everyone's excited. All right. So now instead of saying good morning, I can say good afternoon.
There you go.
Because we have passed the noon hour. I just wanted to give you an update as to where we are on looking for a new school board attorney, to let you know where we are in the process, and we need to start planning our next step, okay? So just to give you a quick, these are the things we're going to cover. The overview of what our school board attorney does for us, the benefits of having an on-site attorney. I contacted some similar districts, some districts that have same size as us, to say, you know, do you have a firm? Do you have an on-site attorney? How do you operate? Do you have one? Do you have two? You know, what do you have? What we have done to advertise for school board attorney, that was pretty interesting. And I have found that in the climate of today, that it's not a hide sought after job, I will say, anymore. The application process where we are, and then like I said, to come up with some next steps. So an overview of services, just to kind of give you a little idea. Today's agenda was an accumulation of months, hours, days that we spent with our current school board attorney to go over things, to review things, to get advice, to get opinions, to have legislative, for him to say, hey, are we interpreting this correctly? So what's on that agenda is just an example when you hear of all the issues we've talked about today. From every department that has something on it, we spend lots of time with our school board attorney to make sure that what is put on that agenda is legally sound. So what we did is kind of take a consensus of some things. What do we use our school board attorney for? The district staff, the people in this room use them for a lot of things, and these are just some ideas just to give you, because you use them for your purposes and you might not be aware of what all we use the attorney for as well. So some numbers, I have to say they were interesting to me. Some of them were kind of very eye-opening as to how much we use them for. So the internal contracts, when I was talking to prospective candidates, they said, well, what kind of contracts do you have? I said, we have contracts all the way from speech therapist to pest control. You know, it's all over the place. So you name it and we probably have a contract for it. You know, MOUs, Bryce has contracts dealing with property issues. IT has contracts. There's contracts all over, so they have to have a very broad knowledge of what to look at in contract language. At the beginning of the year, as you can see, it's always more, you know. Academic services is talking about contracts for academic programs and things along that line. So our MOUs, we have MOUs with, you've seen them come to you with universities. That's probably, in my realm, that's the most common one, to get our internships and to make sure that those are accurate. Review garnishment, payroll deductions, court orders, because all of that is things that we normally don't think about in the role, but we have to make sure that we're following those things and that payroll is doing it. Public records request, Ethan can tell you that's a daily thing. Involuntary examinations of students. So whether or not we need to take them for help or not is determined. Dispute resolutions. Melanie's office needs him a lot with our ESE students. So subpoenas. We get subpoena requests and we have to say, hey, what do we have to and what do we not have to? What has to be redacted before we do it? So we seek advice on all that. Our principals call because they get court orders. Mama or daddy's there and they're upset. Can I pick up my child? Well, you know, so they say, we got this order right here. So they call to say, hey, is this legit? Do I have to release this child? I can't even say how many DOE changes we've had this year, new rule changes. Legislative changes. We have to make sure we're interpreting those right. We have to make sure that you have to make sure your policies follow it. And so we look at all that. IEP meetings, some of them get very, very involved. There was just one at a school that went till I think 5 or 6 o'clock. And it started like at 2. So to make sure that those are done well. Bargaining, I have bargaining tomorrow night, fingers crossed. Okay, that we get a closed deal tomorrow night. Advisory councils, and then of course today's meetings and Thursday night meetings. Operations. Bryce's department utilizes him probably every day. Yes, with all that. So again, surveys, civil rights, you know, issues, EEOC. Just if you have an EEOC complaint, you might think, well, do we really get those? Yeah, we do sometimes, because all you have to do to make an EEOC complaint is to pick up the phone and call. And then it's up to us to look into it, and it's up to them to look into it to see if it's legit. It's kind of like when I used to go to Mr. Bickner at times, and I would say, well, I'm nervous about that. He goes, Brenda, anybody can sue anybody. And it's true, and I've learned that you don't necessarily have to have a legit complaint to make a complaint. So we deal with those ADA compliance. That's very important to make sure. Determination meetings, I utilize our board attorney to make sure I'm in compliance on that. Risk management, that area. Board policy, code of conduct. You know, what can we not put in it? Employee handbook. So those are some of the things. Also, these are important areas to make sure that our school board attorney has these relationships in place, and because they're on the phone with them, and they also have their own network. If I go to our board attorney and I ask a question and we're not positive of it, he says, he puts that feeder out to all school board attorneys and puts that question out so we can see what other districts are doing. So those are just a few, it can't be a full list, okay, but it's a very extensive list of some of the things that you're gonna need your school board attorney to do. So just kind of like in here, how many went over to our board attorney's office, physically walked over there to ask questions this past month? Yeah. So how many would say that they do that at least once a week? Yeah. So, I mean, it's important. We utilize their services a lot to make sure that we're doing the right things so that our board meetings go nice and smooth. So these are some benefits of having a full-time dedicated board attorney. When I was speaking to people who sent in their resume, that's one of the things that I told them that we're looking for, to ask them, can you be a full-time, dedicated board attorney? And some of them, one was in Illinois, and I said, well, are you willing to relocate? And they said, well, with the internet now and with telephones, and I'm like going, okay, thank you very much for your interest. So we, like you just saw, we utilize them on a continuum basis. And we want to make sure our decisions are legally sound and that our interpretations are legally sound. And so that's what we utilize our board attorney to help us with. Many things rise unexpectedly. I get a phone call from a from a principal. They're the president of their school. Miss Sanders, Miss Tito, Roger, treasurer. We get calls. Randall gets bus issues. Things unexpectedly happen, and we need someone that we can count on that's available right then and there to help us know the right steps to take, to make sure that we're not doing anything. Because just because it comes to the top of my head, I tell people, I have an idea, it just came to the top of my head, it might not be the right one. So, I want to make sure, and we don't always have time to get on there and Google and research, and we utilize someone who has that knowledge and that can help us say, yes, go forward, do what you're doing. So it gives us that immediate access that we need. Having an on-site attorney, they become part of the team. And so they really understand the intricate needs of the district. And they have the best interest of the district because they are part of the team. And I could say that's one of the great things about Clay County is our whole team and how we work together and how we bounce ideas off each other. So we feel like it's very important that that's part of your decision making, is that someone is here for us to be able to physically walk over and know that they're going to be readily available to give us that needed advice. So these are just some of the locals. I can say Alachua County has a posted position, and again, they're not having, people aren't rushing to knock down the door to apply for school board attorney. St. John's does have a firm, but their office, they told me, is right, it's adjacent to the school board building, and there's one dedicated attorney, and so they walk in and out all the time. So it's basically like having an on-campus attorney. So here's where we advertise for it, the Florida Bar. They did an online posting and also in the Bar Journal. So the School Board Attorney Association, they don't have an actual application site or a site that they advertise, but what they do is they send out a couple email blasts for us to every School Board Attorney Association, and then they spread the word out to their friends. Through FASA, there was a month posting. The American Association of School Professional Administrators, which is a nationwide organization, we did a month posting on them, and then the I Hire Legal, which is kind of like an Indeed. Okay, so what I've been doing is getting the resumes and looking at them and asking them, do the basic job descriptions, are they met? All right, because that's the number one thing. If they don't meet the job descriptions, we don't have to worry about interviewing them. You're not eligible for the position. So reviewing that conversation with them, asking them, What experience do you have with school law? What do you know about school law? Have you worked for a school association? Or have you at least worked with a organization that deals with kids, with parents and things? So phone calls to them, telling them of the process. I've phoned each one of the applicants so far and asking them if they are, number one, if they're not living here, are you able to relocate? Are you interested in relocating? And just kind of going on that, I gave them a real quick little snippet as to what the expectations are without going in deep detail, just so that they kind of know, because being none of them were school board attorneys, they probably have no clue as to what all is involved in a school system and what the broad knowledge they need. Here's where we are to date. We've had 14 applications. One was in a foreign language. I put that up there just for fun. I got it. And it was like, okay, so I didn't put him in your packet. A lot of experience in law, different areas of law. A lot of, some is city law, some is government law, a lot of contract law, so a lot of employment law. So they do have some in the areas that we need. None of the applicants have actual school law. Okay, so that's going to be a learning curve that they're going to have to learn. All of the individual applicants have agreed that they would, the ones that I've put, I have a packet for you. They have agreed to be full-time dedicated to the school board and also to stay here in Green Cove so that we can walk over to their office. Two of the applicants are firms, okay? One stated that they would have a dedicated attorney that would be willing to be on campus. The other firm wants to stay where they are and be phone or email to answer legal questions. They don't have a full-time dedicated attorney. So here's where we are for the next step.
Was the firm school law?
No.
Nothing to do with school?
One firm is school law. The one that won't give us a dedicated one.
Oh, okay.
But they do have that. They're an actual firm for a local district. So, and their application is in here. Okay? So I have a packet. Would you mind passing these for me? For each of you that has every resume in it. For you to look over, okay? And then I have a little cover sheet with just kind of like it's, I don't want to say it's instructions, but it kind of like lets you know what we need. All right, our current school board attorney resignation is effective the 14th or the 15th, so his last date is April 14th. So that gives us less than 2 months to find someone. So we're on, in my opinion, you're on a time crunch. All right, so suggestion is to go through the resumes and pick the top 5 you think would best meet your needs, and also please keep in mind the needs of all of us in the room, okay, because it's vital that we're able to use him so that what we present to y'all on agenda items is legally sound. So, you know, you might say, hey, out of these many, we'd rather interview 8. So that's your decision, all right? Determine dates for interviews. What I did was I gave you 6 possible dates on here so that we can meet this time frame. Please try to be flexible, okay, with your calendars, because this needs to be a top priority for you so that you have a school board attorney in place. So it's going to be an all-day process. We can either do it here or at the TTC. And you know, what date you pick will probably determine where, because I will look at the facilities. Looking at, because I haven't gone through this process before, so it's been a learning curve for me. But looking at other districts and the way they've done it, the interviews usually range from 45 minutes to an hour, okay? I'm working on a bank of questions, which I will share with you. And you will have like a rubric to score, a thing for notes, but this is a big decision, so you'd want to give them at least a 45-minute interview.
If all the times are okay, can you just
Yes,
If you're okay with any time?
yes, yes, you can just, yes. And if you have one or two, the best, or just put, I'm available with whatever the consensus is. So the interviews, like I said, you want to give them that much time, and then you want a little time to discuss them. What some people do is they then, after they interview, the 5 or 6 or whatever you decide, there might be 2 you're thinking, oh gosh, these 2 are really, really top notch. You want to allow yourself time to invite them back for a second interview if that's what you decide to do, to make a final decision. So that's another reason to have these dates here to pick. On the resumes, what I did was I gave you a list to rank them. If you want to interview all of them, that's your decision. We'll interview all of them. You would need to take 2 days, unless you want to sit there for 12 hours. But I would suggest ranking them by looking at the interviews. You should not be contacting them personally, all right? And on every one of the advertisements, I told them they were not to reach out to you personally, all right? That would not make it an equitable or fair interview. So that's where we are with that. After we interview, then of course we'll make the determination. Y'all decide on who it is you want, have a vote on it, and then Ms. Gohausen will be able to, once I vet them, we'll offer them the position, and then we'll go forward. Y'all will work with them on a contract, okay? That'll be something, the salary will be negotiable, and we'll work with them on that. So what you have in here is every one of the applicants, and for you to rank them, if you want to put how many you want to interview. Once we get that, and once I determine the date, I'll reach back out to y'all and say this is the date of consensus to make sure everyone can make that date. Okay, but kind of, if you can, clear your calendar for all of those so that it'll work out and we can get the ball rolling.
And we will know from the application in here if they're long distance, if they're willing to come. It'll stay.
Everyone in here is willing to come.
Okay, good.
If they were not willing to relocate, and there was only 2 of them, and the one board, the firm, because they're close, I put them in there also, even though they're not, because I can tell you, your district administrators would prefer to have an on-campus person, but of course, that's y'all's final call. And there's also the job description in there, so that you can look at that to know what to view. Do you have any questions on where we are in the process?
Almost everything's done on phone these days, like people talk and they Zoom. For you, other than having face-to-face conversation, why would it be so important to have them in the building?
So that, number one, with Zoom, you don't always have that immediate access.
Phone calls or emails,
And we pull out papers. A lot of times we pull out papers, we're going through statute together, at least my office. There's many times I'll pull up a statute and I'll print it out and I'll say, hey, and we're highlighting, making notes and things. So I bring the contract over, we pull the contract out and I say, hey, this is what I'm thinking. I have someone that's interpreting it this way. So he has his contract, I have my contract. So just to be able to have that personal one-on-one, face-to-face, to put the papers on the table, to go through it. I can say I've already spoken to our attorney this morning before on an issue. And yesterday I had Chief Wagner and Romano, and we had our school board attorney, and we were going over the papers for negotiating for tomorrow night to make sure everything was in set. So we do use that personal one-on-one, face-to-face. I would say it's kind of like the difference between taking an online class and having those students where you can kneel beside their desk and work with them one-on-one. The learning is better.
I would add to it too that over 90% of the work done by the school board attorney is actually done for district staff, not done for the board. It's done indirectly for the board through the items that you see each and every month. But it's like constant, the things that come up right away. And I don't know about you, but just like trying to get an appointment with my doctor, trying to get an appointment with a lawyer, it kind of works the same way. In fact, one of the people that we contacted said, sure, we can go ahead, we can arrange, we'll set up a meeting with you next week. Now, you don't understand, I'm walking over here with a piece of paper in my hand saying, I want an answer now within the next 3 minutes. Here you go, attorney, figure it out and tell me the law. And that's kind of, I don't want to say that that's routine. With 40,000 students, there's a lot going on. And I think that I would quickly point out that that happens almost every day. I don't think there's a day that I don't walk in that portable. Myrna, where are you? Myrna, is there a day I don't walk in that portable?
Every day.
Okay, every day. Okay, so it's not like, hey, let me set up an appointment. Sure, we'll get back to you next Tuesday. It's like, no, it's like this Tuesday and by like 9 o'clock. That's the kind of operating atmosphere that happens in a district this large.
Well, and especially when, like my office, I have, or Mr. Daly's office, we have a principal that calls because they have a parent right out there at front, and they call and they say, hey, we have this, and I go, can you scan it to me real quick? Or them, and there are a lot of times that we do have to have immediate answers, so that we're making sure that we're making the right decisions and that we're legally sound, and so that the issue does not come up later with a bigger issue. Any other questions?
I just have one more comment. And this has come up before even with the attorney prior to Mr. Bickner. One attorney, I don't believe is enough, to be quite honest, for the size district that we have, for the amount of work that you have done. And in comparison, we were comparing communications offices before. The BCC, which is a smaller entity than us, has 3 full-time attorneys, and they'd like another.
I think I just saw Susan's head spin.
Yeah. Actually, also for body.
Yeah. Yes. Well, going back, looking at it, like I said, it was mind-blowing what all runs through that office.
So if you get a firm, you have multiple attorneys.
No, you don't, unfortunately. You get the one that has the school law.
They would line up.
Depending on what, well, I shouldn't say no.
Even the FSBA said all of that.
Have the resources.
But it depends on what your contract is with it.
And that you have to set that up.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, so if you could, please let me know by Thursday, all right, or Friday, as to what dates you have, because then I will use next week to contact and start setting up interviews, because we'll start interviewing, hopefully, the goal is either the Friday after the board meeting or that next week of March. Because you have to remember, whomever you select, they have to have time to close out and to give wherever they are notification. And then we'd also like to have time for them to be able to come on board and work with our present attorney. So it's crunch time. All right.
All right, thank you,
So
Ms.
you
Chapman.
had 6 presentations, some homework to do, and you guys were like, oh man, why did I come to this meeting? It was a good time, for sure.
All right, well, I think, do we have any questions left hanging? No cards submitted, right?
Nope.
Okay. Superintendent, you have anything to add?
No, I've said that.
All right, School Board Attorney, do you have anything for us?
Not a thing, thank you.
All right, board member comments? Ms. Bola?
I just have 2 people. Mr. Daly, your diplomacy and your patience is second to none. Thank you for what you do. You are a much more patient person than I would be in your position. Thank you. And Mr. Crawford, Ms. Clark mentioned your enthusiasm, and I think back to, I think it was the Christmas lunch, wasn't it? The Christmas dinner that you and I were sitting next to, and I don't believe we had met before that. And he goes, we've met. Mrs. Bola, I'm in the transportation, and he proceeded to expound on the wonders of transportation, all the wonderful things that are happening there. And truly, your enthusiasm was contagious, so thank you for that. Awesome.
Ms. Hanson?
I just want to talk about the finance forum. What I really want to talk about is our Doc, our CFO. She'll probably get mad at me about this, but I have to tell you, when you're not on the school board, you hear a lot of things when you have a lot of friends. But when I showed up and saw her, about halfway through the meeting, I stopped paying attention. It was very boring to begin with. I give her kudos. It was all the PowerPoint, and second off, She has so much respect around the state of Florida that they would ask her about what she was doing. I have never met someone so genuinely passionate about budgets and numbers. Like, it's like her main priority in life. And I remember telling her the second day that I'm no longer worried about what she does. She's phenomenal. She's not political. She only cares about the numbers. Even when I talk to her, this is the number, whatever, you know? And she's a wealth of knowledge. So to ensure our constituents and our community, I did not know how good hands we're in. And I believe that she is actually priceless and worth every dime we pay her. If I had $1 million, it would be more. And the only other thing I wanted to talk about today is something that's kind of been weighing on my mind for about 3 months. When I ran for office, my friends and family and myself, we paid for all of it. Out of our own pockets. Didn't really know why I was trying to do it. But I can tell you this. I don't have a lot of things ever say bad about Clay County. My kids are here, my grandkids are here. I loved working in Clay County. We do a lot of great things. But what I do remember my husband telling me, and I have to keep this in mind, I ran for a reason. And although a lot of things are really well done in Clay County, I think my 20 years of experience and a couple master's degrees lends me to have some information, maybe some outside of the box thinking that could help us, especially when it comes to student achievement. And I don't want anyone to ever think I'm being accusatory, but that 20 years of brainstorming on how to make it better for students, it's all in here, and we do not have to do things exactly the same as we did. I feel like I stepped into or sat into a seat, and I'm just a yay person, like the person before me. And I don't want to feel that way. Not that you've made me specifically feel that way, but I am really interested in making some positive change in areas that maybe we needed, acknowledging our reading rates. I believe school boards budget, student achievement. It's really all I care about. And budget is for our constituents, and student achievement is for our future. And so I just would appreciate candid conversation. I know you do a lot right. I don't have to hear that anymore. But I think there's areas we can improve, and I would love for this board to look at some of those areas and have candid conversation about it. That's it.
I just want to talk about the finance forum too. I was freelancing Doc out while we were down there. I was like, listen, I don't know what they're saying. All I know is the conversations that I had with my own, I understand this completely.
She does everything right.
Yeah, all the people around me were like, what are they saying? Like, what are they speaking? I was like, no. They're explaining this way, like, you need to go talk to my CFO. She's talking about, she brings it down here, explains it all very well. So to reiterate what Ms. Hanson said, she is invaluable and she does it very well, or good job at what she does. And hanging down there with several other board members and collaborating what each district's doing and what's working and what's not working, and being involved in our community leaders and our state leaders over the last couple of weeks has been very beneficial. So being able to bring that knowledge back to our board, I think it's invaluable as well, because you get multiple angles. And like Ms. Hanson said, just because we've done it that way for this long doesn't mean that we can't do it differently, and have a new perspective on things, because if we're not moving forward, like I said 1,000 times, we're either stagnant or moving backwards. So we have to keep going. I'm done.
Well, I'll just say real quick, I loved having 6 presentations all in one meeting.
We'll have 7 the next time.
But I will say, I probably enjoyed the first one the most, even though I didn't say anything. You know, we talked about when we passed what we did last summer, that we would have to tweak it, and we're to that point, we're having to tweak it. But the fact that we have Dr. Johnson and Roger Daly handling all this, we're really blessed. I mean, we're accused of banning books. I'm sorry, that goes back to Nazi Germany. That's how they started, and it's insulting. And the whole point, again, is to get rid of the porn. That's where we're at, and that's all it's about, so.
Hey, just to add on that, talking to other districts, we are doing a lot better. I would say we're doing better than all of them that I've spoken to, so.
All right, well, I will just add my kudos to the staff. You guys did phenomenal presentations today, very informative. The amount of effort and thought and time and strategy that you put into everything that you do is evident, and as a board, we benefit from it, because I can't say I've ever felt like I had to make a vote on something that I wasn't thoroughly educated on. So I appreciate all the information that you readily share and your contribution to the kids of Clay County every day. With that, we'll adjourn this meeting.
Here, 105.